Okay. Now that we've all properly honored the sacrifice of Sega Sanshiro for intercepting that missile that was going to destroy the launch of the Dreamcast, uh, tonight we got kind of a special stream, and my cat is here to celebrate with me, apparently. Come here. Come here. Come here, let me pet you while I talk. Meh, meh, meh. So, yeah. I have a habit when I'm in this little period between passes through the alphabet where I will take some video game system that I had growing up, or at least as a teenager, in this case, and just take my whole library of games for it, play them all, maybe tell a couple of stories about them. And tonight we are in for a real treat because it is time for the Sega Saturn. I did not have this when it first came out because the CEO at the time really wanted this thing to fail in the U.S. Everything super cool for it pretty much got canceled because people don't want 2D games anymore. Um, Miserable marketing gimmicks and confusion just all around. Kind of terrible. I picked my Saturn up when a friend of mine, you want a drink by the way? Or a then friend of mine anyway, was planning a move, couldn't bring it along, and figured, I take pretty good care of my game collection. So here's my hand-me-down. No, actually, I got my Saturn itself like used for $24, but the games I actually had for it were from a friend who was moving, and wanted them to be taken care of. How about it? How about it? There you go. And like I was explaining on Blue Sky, this was at just kind of that sweet spot where I had some minor internet celebrity. eBay was a thing. Um, Word of mouth is very much a thing. And I was in a privileged position to just amass some games that, even at the time, went for kind of a lot of money. And today, like, it's just screw you money. So, there's some other things I'm going to get to too, because again, I just inherited a collection at one point. But, yeah, so, some real gems previewed for later tonight. Let me just run down the list real quick before I get started. We have Albert Odyssey, who cares? Dark Savior, that's a weird one. Dragon Force, I love it. Dragon Force 2, I love it that much. Magic Knight Rayearth, the first game announced, the last game published. Panzer Dragoon Saga, which I think needs no introduction. Pocket Fighter. Sakura Wars. Scud the Disposable Assassin. Don't worry, I haven't heard it either. Really? Shining Force 3. Shining the Holy Ark. And Super Robot Wars F. I think that's everything. And I'm going to just kind of go through them in order. Makes sense to me. I was actually thinking, up until very late last night, that the best way I had to stream these was to pull my CRT out of a closet, hope it still works, find the capture card I had for Systems of this Vintage, hope that still works, and that I can find the software for it, and just kind of rig something up that way. But fortunately, very, very, very recently, the puzzle of like emulating the Sega Saturn has finally been cracked. The one that I'm using tonight is a little flaky. It tends to dip a little bit if I have too much going on. Hopefully, with just OBS and the game's running, it should be okay. But you might get some little like horrible, horrible noises as something stutters for a bit. I am sorry if it happens. Anyway, before we really get into it, I believe this is the first system that I've showed off old games for, which, had a BIOS, which for the most part was a CD player. This and the original PlayStation were, and also some, also rans, use CDs for their games. So they figured, people might also just use this as their CD player. A few games, I'm going to see if I have any of them here, also just got cute about it. By just having, their Redbook audio tracks and putting on some other special bonuses on there. Especially stuff from Working Designs. They love messing around with this sort of thing. And they are pretty well represented here tonight, because this was the era when they were doing their thing for, like, if it came over, it was probably because they brought it over. Say what you will about them, they got some games out here. Large RPG, which is large what I have. But not this one. I'm going to start with the why do I own this CS game in the collection? Because, of course, I am. Is this even going to... Okay, yes. Which does know this exists. That's interesting. Hopefully the sound mixing is okay. I think I have set up everything in the proper 4:3 aspect ratio for you. So this is Scud the Disposable Assassin. It is a platformer I recall hating, based on a very obscure comic book that I know nothing about. This is one of the hand-me-down games, but we have it here. Nobody streams this, so let's have a quick look. We have light gun support, but I can only do so much for you tonight.
There's no hiding.
Gonna be playing single player. Gonna be selecting characters, but this is fine.
Only compassion can take the heart of a loveless soul.
This was definitely from the pre-rendered graphics era. And that is a lot of Sega Sanjiro lore. In the chat here.
I've been sent by ComKillServe to Space Station Asgard. My job is to destroy a Scud. I've never had to kill a robot, and I don't know what Asgard is up to, but you can't beat the pay.
I'll get back to that after the
My
intro
case
here.
is Scud Heartbreaker Model 1373. Scuds are disposable robot assassins. They're supposed to self-destruct when they kill their first target. This one didn't. 5 people before me were hired to kill Scud. Dick Smothers' neck was broken. His brother Tom was decapitated. I guess death is hereditary. The other 3 didn't fare much better. They all found Scud, and they all got killed. Pavlov, Nathan Twist, even the head of Jane Mansfield. I'm combining the information they gained and loading it into my ultimate weapon. AM-2. I can send him after Scud from right here, and he's better suited for the job than a human. I'd rather not get my hands dirty.
It's a surprisingly long intro for the kind of game it
Scud
is.
was designed to self-destruct, not to be killed. It's got polysteroid armor, unlimited power supply, and the latest in neural net targeting software. He's also got a will to live, and apparently overrode his own programming. I figure he could have used this beauty to wound his first target so he could stay alive. AM-2, tell me about Scud's first target.
Nobody knows where she came from. She just popped up in the basement of a mannequin factory. She kills everything that moves.
That 90s comic
The factory
edginess.
closed down. They held a little guy named Herschel responsible for getting rid of the monster. When you want something dead, a gun is as close as the nearest vending machine. But when you want something dead, you're not up to the job. You want more than guns. You want a scud to hold them for you.
There's also that era when people were just really, really proud of having, like, pre-rendered FMVs in general. And there's still a charm to it, I say. Meow, meow. Meow, meow.
So, who's the job?
Herschel
An
gave
absurdly
Scott
long
a
intro,
disc
honestly.
with everything he needed to know. His assignment, get into the factory, pass the security, and take out his target. The disc also set his contempt level at 10 and gave him a visual of the monster. Scott would come to name her Jeff. That night, Scud went into the factory, armed to the teeth and programmed for damage.
So yeah, let's pause for a moment for the trivia here. So the mascot of the Sega Saturn was one, no, not Mrao, Sega Sanchiro, who was played by the same actor as the original, like, 1970 Kamen Rider. Just as a later in life little nod to cheesy action, doing various manly feats to promote various games for the Saturn. And the final one of these commercials, which I was watching before the stream started, was the launch of the Dreamcast, where he sacrifices himself to stop an incoming missile in its Sega headquarters, which is certainly a way to, like, write off your old system. Dreamcast is also wonderful. And I have a cat in my arms. Yeah, that is kind of similar to the whole, like, Priceline ad campaign with William Shatner a while later. As far as, like, how big of a deal this guy was, relatively speaking. Catchy little theme song, too, if anybody who was here early enough to catch it. If not, you'll have to look up that pile of ads yourself on your own time, because that sort of thing gets copyright claims. Anyway, so yeah, Scud the Disposable Assassin here, like, incredibly long intro, and if I recall, incredibly just needlessly difficult game. Honey. It's also Ryo's dad in Shenmue. Anyway, let's see how far I can actually get in this. Okay, my HP bar is already empty. Where's that filling? Also, this is incredibly loud. let's just for now turn that down a bit, because holy cow. It's already like has that problem of a lot of Spirit games and like the sprites are way too big. But then we're also like doing dramatic zoom-ins, everything dies. Also, things are just coming here, aren't they? So I think I mentioned this has like optional light gun support as a way to go about things. Interesting. I don't have double jump. I do have the dive, which I can't see ever being useful. There's my first game over. I might just kind of brutally hard. Not, you know, the best at showcasing what this can do. I think I just get it out of the way early. There were a lot of games like this around this time. Just people want that 3D graphics. We don't know how to do polygons. But we got like some rendering software. You had this, you had Donkey Kong Country, you had Vector Man. To a certain extent, you had Clay Fighter, I suppose. It's such a stiff character taking up like a quarter of the screen layout here, too. Like, I can sprint, but like... Oh, like, okay, I can shoot while sprinting, not while walking. And like, I don't think this is actually that long the first level, as far as the actual distance you have to travel. But like, yeah, people talk about like old NES games, which were a pain because if you just like back up a little tiny bit, everything respawns. You don't have to back up here. Things just constantly appear. Do that. Okay. Oh, did I actually get to the boss? Oh, okay. This may be farther I've ever gotten in this game. So we're going like full on light gun for the boss, right? I say. It's also like very Arcadian structure with the just instant continue thing. Ridiculous. I don't think I can dodge. Did it actually pull it off?
St. Larry's Hospital.
Can you keep a monster alive so I don't self-destruct?
We can do anything for a price.
I'm a robot. I got no money.
Get a job like the rest of us. I'm not a counselor.
Hang on, I got a call.
This is Tony Tasty. I got your message. If you want money, go to the prison and whack this guy, Harlepoon.
It's maybe the first time I've seen the second level in this. Because, yeah. This is not a well-remembered game. It's kind of nice, though. And these two first bits are kind of, like, nicely done for the time. I feel like this is the winning strategy right here. Like, they'll still get hit occasionally, but if you can at least get some distance. Oh no, Chucky, my one weakness. I hate when things make the dog sound. I was scrolling. I just during here for a while. Are we doing a maze just to make my life miserable? Apparently, okay. Okay. Out of continues, if we're calling him that, sure. So that was Scud the Disposable Assassin. A game that existed at a time, based on a comic that existed at the time. Apparently. Allegedly. Can't all be winners, but most of them tonight are. So let's see. What else do we have? We are very RPG heavy tonight, frankly. That's going to be a thing. Yeah. I believe we're also very like anime intro heavy, so I'm going to open this up and let it go for a bit and let my cat have something because he is being very demanding all of a sudden. And now, yes, before I hit the start application, is this one of the games? Yes.
Warning. Danger. This disc is intended only for players
It was
with
very
Sega
Country,
Saturn
yes. No, hello.
system. It contains dynamic digital data that can blow out your speakers. Please remove it immediately from your CD player.
Or kiss your tweeters goodbye. In ancient times.
And past that, just the actual sound of the game. Little things like that were common at the time. Okay, what do you want? What do you want? Yeah.
In ancient times, magic masters created the mystic kingdom of Vargasta. It is said that there the Eldean brothers and a sister were born. Unfortunately, as they grew, the Black Dragon Vlog sensed the power of the Eldean clan and sought to destroy the Eldeans and their enchanted kingdom. As the Black Dragon began its murderous assault, the three siblings combined their power, dealing the wicked beast a mortal wound that spewed vile blood upon
That's about right.
Once word spread that the dragon was no more, the people of Fogasta rejoiced in their newfound heroes and reveled in thoughts of eternal peace. However, the revelry was cut short when one of the three claimed Madrigal, the foul sword crafted from the very soul of Vlog. Taking the title Immortal Emperor, he set about destroying all that was pure in the land. Though many fought the Black Tide valiantly, all were crushed by the insane power of the fiend's sword. Soon it was clear that each of the Eldian clan had gained immortality by means of Vlog's blood.
That is very Decocaine, isn't it?
Midoriya had moved to darkness, while Eston and Cirrus shone brightly in opposition to his advance. The battle of the immortals spanned...
Yeah, you can have the like realistic old guy face and the very, very anime girl in the same work. It's like side by side like that is really something.
It seemed as if there was no way to stop her power-mad brother. Cirrus quietly called upon the one secret power she had hidden from her brothers,
Comes back
and
up.
transformed herself into the holy sword of Eldian. It was a final desperate act to counter the vicious and undeniable power of Madrigal. Surprised but determined, Eston took the holy sword, raised it high, and cast a mighty blow towards Midoriya. The resulting blast sent tremors through the land for untold distance. As the bold and curious alike approached the battleground, they found no trace of the Eldian clan. Midoriya, Eston, and Cirrus had vanished. Many thought that the tragic legend of Eldian had thus ended. Alas, it had only just begun.
So this Fantasy already is Albert Odyssey, the first of a few games we're going to see, which are localized by a little company called Working Designs. People are very familiar with them, I think, for doing the Lunar games and on the PlayStation for the big, anniversary remakes of those, or possibly for the original version on the Sega CD. And there's a little controversy at the time of them being kind of a bit too jokey with their localization of certain non-important text. That reputation, that wasn't from the PlayStation era. Just so you know. You're going to see the real stuff here.
Many years have passed since Albert left his heroic mark on history, and the peace that once was is no more. Goblins pillage the land, claiming countless innocent souls, and now the murderous roving bands have set their ruinous sights on the village of Carnate.
It's definitely from that era where, like, this could have been on the SNES.
The room is on fire.
For the
We
most
can't
part.
stay inside or we'll be burned alive.
And we're just gonna, like,
But if we go outside, the goblins will surely slay us all.
I'm sorry, Cirrus. I did not want to use you in this foul battle.
It's all right, Master. I understand. I would do anything to protect you and your family from harm. Use me as you will.
Shh. Don't cry, little one. Your father will protect us.
Maria, we have to go now.
I'm coming. I'm coming. Look out.
Blast! Purge their vile goblin hives. Maria, this way. Follow me.
It is, yes. Yeah, this whole era was kind of a brief period. There was like this, there was like the original Wild Arms, where like
This is impossible.
people are still in that 16-bit mindset. Like, well, we got more color depth to play with, and we got like CD storage, so I guess there's some voice acting in there. But it's still like at its heart, very much a game of the last generation of systems.
Cirrus!
I'm ready. Let's go.
No. Ah!
Master, I failed you, but I shall not fail the
Suikoden was
child.
also, yeah, largely in this mold. I do kind of miss the like early 32-bit RPGs like that. Especially before they realized how long they could get.
Oh dear me, the child, it's still alive. And what's that? A sword? It must have belonged to the baby's father. It's a fine weapon. Perhaps Fulte will have a use for it.
Yoink.
Everyone, come! Look what I found in Carney.
Seasons came and went, 40 in all. In that time, the child Lyra rescued grew to young manhood.
Worked for the guys in Willow. That water's running. Yeah, great. So dialogue. This is one of those games that I've never actually like really sat down and properly played this all the way through. It's an interesting mix of honestly quite charming and just a little off. But that is some RPG protagonist hair right there. And that is a cursor. Yeah, bog standard RPG stuff. That is a breakfast right there. Yeah, I heard it the first time. Wow. So you got a theme that may be harpies, actually. It's gonna come up in at least 2 of these, not 3. There's a run button. That's very nice shadows. Lots of people keep important things in books. Also, like, these harpies love some tomatoes, apparently. Sure. That's a phrase people use. That is a long explanation for a save point. Okay. The curse is a lot. The worst thing about this game that I recall is the healing spell, though. It's just... For something you're casting is often to do, why did they do this? You need to, like, get at least far enough to then show that off. You know, the shadows of the leaves are legitimately cool. Yep. Yeah, the hallmark of working design, especially like from this era, is just like, if it's not advancing the plot, we're gonna ad-lib. Which a lot of people hate, and I have no real problem with, because I have played games from other people at the time, and it's like, you're lucky if you get a barely coherent sentence out of them half the time. Like, Illusion of Gaia is almost a peer of this game. Okay. Who have I not talked to? This is a tradition of RPGs of a certain age that, like, I am glad to be done with, of just the... Well, you gotta, like, wander around your hometown and talk to every single person before you can do anything. Yeah, I'm right here betting you. Yep. Yep. Okay, wait, it's been 10 years, and he was basically a baby, like, what, 11 then for a protagonist? Gotta start him young, I guess. They're doing a nice job of, like, you know, recreating the frustration of being the only person who kind of can't fly, I suppose. Wow. I do appreciate the slow starts older RPGs tended to have. Just like establish a baseline of just, you know, simple village life before it gets burned down or gets killed. But we already got that out of the way, so it probably won't happen a second time. Meh, 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 meh. Meh. Yeah, part of the reason I never actually, like, really sat down and played this one is, A, this is a very slow start. B, the Saturn didn't really do memory cards. When it came to saving your game, it had a nice internal hard drive, and then it also had a cartridge slot for either really anything. You could put in, like, extra memory expansions. You could put in, you know, like, basically jumbo memory cards. I think some obscure games did some other just, like, weird accessory stuff with it. But mostly, you had the internal hard drive. And the thing with the internal hard drive is it preserved its data with a watch battery. That watch battery did not have a good shelf life. It was very common for anyone who owned a Saturn to just, like, constantly be swapping out the battery, protecting, hopefully, their saves for the next, like, couple weeks. Or, you know, just sucking up a memory card. But I was using that slot for this combination memory expansion / upgrade for playing import games. And also got my system, like, way too late to actually find a proper memory card one. Okay, where is the freaking well? I do want to play as long as I get to actual, like, gameplay before moving on. But yeah, so unfortunately for me, this is one of those games where I've started a few times and lost my save because such things are impermanent. And also, you know, like, I do have another game that I was rather fond of for the system, which kind of had a habit of taking up roughly, like, 80% of the hard drive space by itself for a single save. Where's the freaking well? You would think on the ground, in plain sight. Unless you're guarding it. Okay. That's how they get ya. Things to worship. Here we go. Let's go with the door as near as possible. It is weird too, like how into it this is with, like, having the really good sound effects and then just, like, I guess the animation for drawing water from the well is be walking into it. is actually really good. Like a little snappier pacing. This could have been a memorable one. Flickering shadows sadly comment on the system. Looks better on a CRT. Good face in that dragon, too. Just... You know, Belnard isn't a great name for the villain in an RPG. It's better than Lloyd. Which is what the Sephiroth equipment is called in Legend of Dragoon. Poor kid though. Like most RPG protagonists only have their like hometown destroyed once. Here you also lose the backup. It was just like 5 seconds ago. I didn't move her inside at least. Help with the erosion. Why is those weird flashes of the emitter's being weird? Yeah, the length of this intro is why I tend to prefer RPGs a couple years older than this one as a rule. When you don't have a CD for storage, and you can only have so much dialogue, people get a bit more to the point with things. Well, you know, beats outside, beats hollering up a staircase. What a weird line to like add in there. Yeah? You can come up here and sit with me. Okay, so... It is, in fact, actually equipped. Good. This is really impressive, like, console RPG protagonist style here, though. Just, we got the super spiky hair, the sword on the back over the cape, the little feathered headband. Diagonal movement, a luxury. Yeah, let me get that world map already. So we got one of those very visual menus. Rather adorable monster sprites. What's that skyline? Hopefully I'm going the actual correct direction. So one problem of doing the whole like Red Book audio thing is you kind of have to load the tracks. Otherwise, the awkward pauses are every fight. Meow. This is probably fine. Options. Yeah, do I have to fix the blankets for you? Is that your problem? What? Here, let me make the bed for you to lie on. Is that nice? I mean, most games sometimes don't recall having too big of an issue with it, but like, this is one of the earlier ones developed for it, and they were kind of still figuring things out. I think it actually started out on the SNES, and this is technically just the fancier port. I'm just here for a second party member so I can show off the weird spell effects. Or possibly for that cutscene, then I leave. One of the two. a fair question. That's the thing I remember listening to this game. Is like blocking happens kind of a lot. I can keep going as long as you can. Or not. I do seem to recall other characters showing up fairly early in this, at least. There we go. They look way more intimidating on this screen. And again, this is what working design is used to do right here. Now, can I handle 2 dogs? This guy is actually really cool effect, honestly. Dialogue. Dialogue.
Let's get down to business, Swordmaster. Careful out there, Swordmaster.
Gotta buy the important things. The important thing is... Wait. I genuinely thought I was buying some accessories there. I actually have no idea what these do. Well, this is like the sort of world that's just like begging to rotate. Well, I fight something besides dogs. Yes. So. Well, this is how the weird special effects are. It's not just a healing spell. Somewhat weird. There's a pile of HP on that thing. I recall it's a fairly linear start to this game. That pause away from the thing is all very awkward. Just hang on, the band's almost here. Yeah, you saw a bit from that one spell that I have at the moment. For some reason, you know, there's games where you cast a spell and there's like big bolts of light coming out, or just you know, flashing screens, little sprite effect sparkles. Albert Odyssey, no, you are summoning some kind of angel or demon who just shows up naked awkwardly for a little bit to cast a spell, like for all of them. It is vaguely off-putting. Like, if you're doing, like, you know, the Final Fantasy summons, okay, sure, go for it. But, like, just basic cure spell, it's a little weird. Okay, if I don't find plot at the end of this particular little, like, river cul-de-sac, I think I'm moving on. So this one again, like, never grabbed me. I just kind of have it because, again, hand-me-down games. There's a charm to it. I assumed that too, but then I couldn't go into it. So, I figure. Okay, yeah, I give it up. I will, however... Oh, there's a nice little map right there. That's nice. There's our world. It's not particularly huge. It is like a lot of RPGs, kind of shaped like the real world if you squint a little. At Atlantis. But yeah, I will. You know, I will save state just because I don't want to do this again. Let's move on to the next one. Which, let's see. I think that was, frankly, enough of a long intro sort of game. I can mix up something that's going to be just straight into the action. Sure. Sounds right. Didn't date well. So the first of our import games for the night. Yeah. And no self-respecting Saturn owner can't have a complete lack of 2D Capcom fighting games. This is the one that I have. So this is Pocket Fighter. Where sometimes, you know, you want your Street Fighter and you want your Darkstalkers and you want it all just chibified. with wacky costumes. I'm trying to remember if this came out first or if the Puzzle Fighter thing did first. But one is definitely a spin-off of the other. This is the Japanese version, but like a lot of, especially fighting games, all the text is mostly in English. Here they are, our characters. Interesting selection, honestly. You know, I can't see no to that face. I also can't pick the default palette button, but you know. Yeah, most of the text is in English.
我が祖国、そしてザンギエフ君自身のためにも、今回の任務を成功させてくれたまえ、親愛なる同志よ。お任せください、祖国の同志よ。しかし次からはファーストクラスでお願いします。
If I recall, the plot for Zangief is just like going to visit his friend Gorbachev. Alright, there's gem collection of the power-up system, that's right. And many, many cameras in the background. I am, of course, still terrible at most fighting games. But the constant, just wacky costume changes are at least some spectacle here. Those four hitting is very, very good, though. And of course, we have the Japanese names of the Dark Souls cast, which are arbitrarily all different. Or half of them are. No, my big gem. I appreciate the summarized evolution of that punch combo. And let's see, can I take all references in the background? We got, of course, the rest of the cast of the main games that this is drawing from. That lion guy is from Red Earth. We had Oolong from Sun, which is not Dragon Ball, fly by in the background, no briefly. with a steel chair. I'm just planning to like play until I get a game over here, which probably won't take long. Again, I'm not the greatest at these. I got Callan's boyfriend back there. I see one Edmund Honda. Hey, there's Goku. Now actually, his Frank can jump, see who's up in the bleachers there. Yeah, let's see. Birdie from Street Fighter 1 back on the left. You know, like, still in my heart of hearts don't really believe existed. It'd be nice if we could work out how to do some moves. And down I go. And now good. So yeah, the cute fighting game from Capcom. Bit of a crossover with a couple other things. It's just kind of a 3-button fighter. The whole gem thing, people get knocked out of them, powers up the respective buttons. Fairly simple by design. I still suck at it. But it's cute. And technically, I do have one of those nice, 2D fighters on the Saturn. Technically. Yeah. Most fighting games these days are like, here, have 7 people. It's weird going back to like 10 or 12. Possibly some unlockables. I am not sure. So let's see. Where to go from here? Well, we could jump back into another RPG. Or we can, split the difference. I think that's the way to go. Let me just update this. So, literally, the first game, if I recall, that was announced for localization on the Sega Saturn, or at least the first one by Working Designs, was this right here. And it is also the last game ever released in North America on the Sega Saturn. A bit of development hell happened. So, this is Magic Knight Rares, based on the pretty popular manga and anime series of the same name. Which is, of course, about 3 girls just kind of...
This place, the dark tide must be quelled.
Getting sucked into Fantasyland.
I must call them.
Getting their swords and such. Gaining levels. Traveling as a party. This is not an RPG. This is a Zelda clone. But yeah, this is one of the several games I have that, like, you cannot find this now. I mean, partially because it was like the very last game released on the system after, I think like it was either 5 years or 8 years just spent in development hell. Part of the reason for that is the actual original Japanese release of this was kind of a horrible, buggy mess. And in the process of localizing it, say what you will about their, like, you know, habit of jokes, they recoded this game, fixed a bunch of slowdown, managed to save a bunch of extra space, and used it to do these at various points in the game.
My school went to the Tokyo Tower today on a field trip. The observation deck was so high, and everything below looked so tiny. Is it corny that I was excited about going there?
Just constantly updating every, like, plot point in the game. Hello. Those little arm flaps are kind of hypnotic. Oh, hello, other main characters.
I have an important fencing match tomorrow, and we're wasting time here.
Oh my, you look lost. Can I help you?
Flash, what are you doing here?
Saving every one of us.
Is something wrong?
This cute little mud is my very naughty dog. I have to catch him before he causes any trouble.
Wait! I'll help you!
Flash?
Oh, what a darling little puppy.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what's gotten into him.
It is. I mean, vintage Clamp magical girl stuff right here.
Magic knights, I summon thee.
Where are we?
Those are some good shoulder pads. Have fun.
It appears that the magic knights have been summoned from beyond the barrier.
And so, the legend becomes an embarrassing reality.
What can they hope to accomplish using these children?
Nice water effects there.
Even if they manage to release Emerald, their power is too limited to be of consequence.
Quite true, my liege.
Of course. We must watch them closely to minimize any chance for surprises.
As you wish.
See, a certain degree of, like, long intros are just, like, in the cards tonight. People had CDs for the first time and they wanted to use them.
Oh! What kind of nightmare is this? That hurt!
Since we're all conscious of what's happening, I think we can rule out dreaming.
It was a figure of speech. But whatever. We have to find out what happened. What is this strange place?
It appears we've been blown out of our world and into another.
One thing's for certain. This isn't Tokyo. As we were falling, I saw a floating mountain and a volcano in the distance.
I noticed that too, though I decided I might be hallucinating.
Look, I'm not in the mood to compare trips. We've got to find a way out of here.
Well, why don't we introduce ourselves first?
What?
Admittedly, this is a trying circumstance, but we can at least stay civil. Introductions seem like a natural starting point. Then we can put our heads together and get out of here.
Count me in.
Then I guess I have no choice. Count me in too.
My mother said I blew in on a breeze, so I became known as Fu, which means wind.
My friends call me Yumi. I'm 14, in the 8th grade.
What a coincidence. I'm 14 too. My name's Hikaru.
Yeah, we're all like 7 feet tall.
What?
Or 2, depending on the art style.
You're the same age as me? You look like you're still in elementary school.
I must confess that I had the very same impression of you.
Oh, honestly. I, quite obviously, am substantially more mature than you, Foo.
Are you going to bicker all day? Enough! Emerald must have made some mistake. You can't be the legendary Magic Knights. You're just bumbling children.
What do you mean, children? You're more of a child than I am, buddy.
I do appreciate the approach
I
of
have
like...
lived on this world for 745 years.
We are going to have anime cutscenes, and they're going to be like 5 seconds long.
What?
Just peppered throughout.
But who are you?
My name is Clef. I am the High Priest of Sephiroth, and your guide in this realm. Until you reach the end of your journey together, you cannot return home.
It's got some real, like, D&D cartoon Dungeon Master energy.
Master, the legendary Magic Knights have successfully landed.
Ha! It seems that our precious Emerald is not bound as tightly as we'd thought.
Her intent must be to revive the ancient machines.
We must have a plan to counter Emerald's activities, Zagat.
Your impudence reveals
Always
your
acting
age.
as something.
Master Zagat knows all.
The ones Emerald has summoned from beyond the barrier are merely children. But now that Clef is guiding them, there may be more cause for concern.
That meddlesome priest is the fly in our ointment.
The question is, how do we remove him?
Alcyone,
Yes, Master Zagat.
the time has come for a little child abuse.
My pleasure, Zagat.
Sure.
This world is known as Sephiroth. You have been summoned by Princess Emerald to fulfill your destiny and save us. Summon Ray Blast.
That is a good monster. That was a good monster.
Smoke.
Yeah.
When Emerald was free, this land knew nothing of danger and suffering. All beings of Sephiroth lived together in peace and harmony, fearing nothing. But now, this world reels as a dark chaos seeks to engulf our very souls. Mutant beasts of unthinkable savagery have consumed our world with fear.
All of this came about simply because a princess was taken from you?
Yes, Emerald was the cornerstone of all Sephiroth. She alone held the power to keep it in balance. You see, in our world, simple thought is the most powerful kind of magic. And a soul pure in thought can wield more power than the most insidious of evils. Princess Emerald held our world together quite literally with her prayers.
But then someone stole her away?
And why would anyone want to imprison her?
Zagat, her most trusted aide, has turned this black deed. His lust for power has pushed him to bind the princess and hold her in darkness.
It all just sounds so very barbaric. How can it be true?
And besides, what relevance does this have to us? We're not of this world.
Our best soldiers, knights, and magicians have tried and failed to defeat Zagat. The people of Sephiroth simply cannot challenge the strength of his thought successfully.
That settles it. We will become these magic knights and save Emerald for you.
Hey, hold on a minute. What makes you think you can speak for the rest of us, Princess?
It is by Emerald's wish that you have been called to this land.
So I'm curious, like...
Only by claiming your destiny as Magic
do
Knights
people
can her
today
wish be fulfilled.
remember, like, what a big thing this particular series was at the time?
And only when that happens will the way home reopen to you.
So in a nutshell,
there was a moment
we
where
have
this was
no
like
choice.
one of the
To
big
get
properties.
Home, we must save Sephiroth.
Your destiny is to become Magic Knights and revive the machines.
Machines?
And in general, like anything by Clamp, the group of what was it, 3 or 4 women who did the manga, like,
can you wield magic?
People were all over everything from them for the longest time.
You must have known that, Clef. There's no way
I
we
think
can wield
was
magic.
true up until they did. Oh, what was it called now? The thing where there's computers that are the shape of girls with power switches in their crotches. Then at that point, people were just like, "Wait, are you just a bunch of like horny middle-aged weirdos?"
You would have at least some magic ability. But
And the
no
answer to that is
matter.
yes. And at that point, yes, Chobits, thank you.
Magic transmission now.
At that point, they lost a lot of fans, and they got a lot of ones for life.
What a rush! I've never felt anything like that. What was it?
But this was like their first big
I tried
successful
to give
thing.
you some of my magic. But it seems that instead, magic has chosen you. Hikaru, close your eyes and feel the power. Can you sense it? The strength swelling within your very soul.
I can feel it.
And this game is interesting.
My heart seems
because,
ablaze
like,
with a sense of purpose.
the Japanese
That's
version again
right.
was kind of a
You
like
experienced
buggy,
the
slow down
wellspring
feel
of your
mess.
magic.
The North American version fixed that,
What's that?
and it does cover like
It appears that Zagon's
the full
forces
plot
have
of the
caught up with
manga.
us.
What?
Summon Griffin. Get on quickly.
But what are you gonna do?
I shall stop them from following you. Now go.
That's insane!
If I recall, once you get to the gameplay, it's actually
There
not
is no
bad.
time to argue. Go. Look for the machines. Volcano, sea, and sky. The machines are there.
Good Griffin.
Clef, don't be a fool!
Go east. Precia is there, within the Forest of Silence. Obtain weapons from her and join Mokona.
So essentially, it's like the plot setup is very, very much just like standard RPG of the time, which is why it's kind of amusing to me that they went with an action game.
Well.
At least
It's
this one, I
been
guess an RPG on the
far
SNES.
too
Or
long,
Super Famicom.
Clef.
You always were a weak-minded follower, Alcyon.
But the thing is,
Your alignment with
and I'm not gonna
evil
get that far.
disappoints, but does not surprise me.
And yet I remain
There's a
grateful
lot of
to
running around in the
you,
forest,
dear
hitting things with
Clef.
swords, and you know, the
With
sort of
the
thing you'd
magic
expect.
you taught me to master, I can now do things like this.
The characters left now and then, which in
I would
this game is
expect
just
no
a
less
plot
fight
thing,
from the best magician in
not an actual
Sephiroth.
experience system thing.
I taught you the secrets of my magic to protect Emerald. Now you spit in my face by turning the knowledge I
It is
gave
very
you
Star
to the
Wars.
service of evil.
But what is it?
Ah, yes. The Clef I still remember vividly. Pure to the last. But how will she defeat me if I taught her, you ask? Simple. I just call on Zagat. Zagat! Power up now!
I did the hand coming across the.
As you
like,
wish,
like that.
Alcyon.
But anyway,
Ha! Those sniveling Magic Knight wannabes are as good as mine
I was saying, I'm not
now.
exactly going to play through this in one sitting tonight. Although I don't recall being that long of a game.
If Alcyon destroys the 3 Emeralds summoned,
6 hours?
there can be no Magic Knights, and the machines will remain sealed forever.
But again,
I
the
pray they are
majority of
strong
it,
enough, for soon this stone will
very, very
overtake
bog standard RPG stuff, mixed with magical
and
and
the real enemy is much
And
stronger
then,
than Alcyon.
like right at the end, this game in particular, you summon your giant robot, and it turns into a like hardcore top-down shooter for the last, you know, like 15 minutes or so, and which is apparently also what happens in like the original manga and anime. But I, you know, was not aware of this, so.
I'm so worried. I wonder if Cliff
Yeah,
is
Blake
all
was back
right.
with it. It's like, wait, what is happening now?
Come on, Foo. Didn't you see the power he had? Of course he's all right. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he's already ahead of us at the Forest of Silence.
What have we here? Oh my, it's a gang
I
of
forgot how
octos.
much like almost every game
How
on the Saturn just
positively
like
saccharine.
milks the intro.
7 ice daggers!
Scaling going on.
Identify yourself!
That is the most adorable show of courage I've yet witnessed. I, dear child, am Alcio.
You! What have you done with Clef?
I hope he's all right.
Clef is fine. He's far too stubborn to fall to someone as lame as this.
Ah, such brave words in the face of impending doom. Don't delude yourself. Your little guardian is solid stone by now, kiddies.
Liar! I won't believe it!
And as we go along tonight, we're going to try
No
to
way! How can that
fix
be
the
possible?
plot gameplay ratio of the whole stream as much as I can.
Don't worry your pretty little air-filled heads. His time had come, and so has yours. Ta-ta, little ones. With you dies the legend of the Magic Knights. Be careful, little one. You wouldn't want to fall off the griffin before I killed you. You'll pay for this! Oh, will you pay? This isn't over yet!
I like the shadow. That's a nice touch.
I don't believe it, Hikaru! You did it! You really did it!
That must have been the magic Clef was talking about.
Magic? Yes! Yes! That was my magic! Speaking of Clef, what are we gonna do now? He's been
We're having this much eye
immobilized.
detail at this resolution.
I won't believe it until I see it myself. We must go back. Isn't that rather dangerous? We can't leave him back there if he's in trouble. What kind of person
Especially with
would
that particular
suggest
style
that?
of just the one big eyelash.
Please, try to stay calm. Raised voices won't solve our problem. Hikaru, if we go back and find he is stone, we don't have the means to reverse the spell. Besides, don't you remember that Clef told us to save Sephiroth at all costs?
That's right. Going back now would play right into the hands of those wishing to stop us. To save Sephiroth, we must
Also, it
follow
amuses me
Clef's
that like their
instructions and move
post-transformation
forward at
outfits
any
are just
cost.
the clothes they were already wearing plus like a shoulder pad.
I know. You're right. We have to press on.
If I remember right, Clef's instructions were that we should head east. Yes, I'm sure of it now. He said to head east in the Forest of Silence to meet Precia.
Wait a minute. I wonder
I
if
guess
this
to be
could
fair,
the Forest of
like-
Silence. Well, there's only one way to
If
find
you are
out.
a cute girl in a
Let's
fantasy
get
thing,
moving.
that is where you're most likely gonna get hurt by things. It's just the glancing blow to the shoulder, so you know. Okay, gotta protect that. Okay, so now I can actually play. So we got jump. We got alright, shoulder buttons switch characters. Only one of them has the ability to attack at the moment. Which will come up later. Also, before I forget, They did add these in constantly.
Another strange thing happened. This evil woman named Alcyone attacked us, and when I went to attack her, I suddenly had command of this fiery magic blast. I was surprised, but I think Alcyone was blown away, literally. Anyway, I worry about Clef. But like Fu said, we have to keep moving forward. For Clef...
And of course, if I switch characters... Everybody gets these. Controls. With the hero illustrations, and I think they all have different like fonts they write into.
Hikaru somehow called up a kind of fire magic and defeated an evil woman who was after us.
Yep. That's a neat touch.
Hello? Anybody home?
I don't think it's an actual gameplay though.
It seems as if no one is at home right now.
Perhaps this isn't even Precia's house.
Did you see that? The door just opened.
What kind of person leaves their home unlocked? It's not safe.
Well, let's not waste time just talking about it.
Yes.
You mean go into the house? Isn't that bad manners?
Okay, fine. You stay out here with your manners and the
Okay, we'll get
monsters, and
breastplates.
we'll go in.
Gee.
There's always like impressive presentation to this though, for how old the game it is. I do like those little deformed close-up like that now and then. Yeah, you can't have a magical girl thing without one of these. Just some kind of blobby animal friend. It's a little scary. So the ponytail on that sprite is like a full character's worth of hair. Like you could fit the entirety of like NES Link inside that ponytail.
Magic Knights, it is my duty to welcome you here. Oh, and by the way, my name is Precia. I'm the senior commander here on Sephiroth.
We're not 100% voice acted. So I feel less guilty about just like, can we get on with it? But we are almost 100% voice acted. Nice reflections there. No, we're gonna have some other ho-ho laughs later on. I got Sakura Wars. We're gonna hear some. I do kind of like large font for shouting. It's funny to me just having all this like RPG as hell mechanics explained in a game that doesn't actually use them. It's like, you know, here's the new Super Mario Brothers. It's a visual novel. You still jump on Goomba's lawn. I do appreciate everybody having like a weapon that it makes sense for a like high school kid to know how to use.
Clef?
Oh, I forgot about this.
And Precia's
Mysterious Sephiroth Lecture number 1.
These are a thing.
You have accomplished the first objective of your journey. Makona is in your party.
It is foretold that Makona will be no end of help to the Magic Knights.
You should already know to press Start in order to access the command menu.
And there you can use items that Makona is holding for you and change various settings.
The most important command to remember is illustrated diary writing.
Use it often and you will have many wonderful memories of your adventures. You now know the basics. Time to end the session and return to the game. Have fun!
See you later, kids.
Again, I wish I had thought to like have intro timers for all of these games, because okay, so oh, here's a map of sorts. There's also, you save your game, is what it was encouraging me to make use of there. Oddly turned around. It's kind of how they all like independently wander around like that. Okay, finally, an attack button. So she's got a slash, she's got a poke, and she's got arrows. Like, I forgot how like lush the backgrounds are in this throughout. does that get if I just leave it alone anyway? What's that thing? Yeah, here's our actual gameplay. This is very Zelda approach. There's Gander. Sure did. Let's not do that. So we got this little run games with you hold direction enough. Everybody has their own HP, so... Switching around accordingly is the right thing to do.
What do you know? Just girls.
There's that working design dialogue. Very chatty game. Ah, yes. Collectibles. Probably fine. Probably fine. This don't actually do damage until after they grow a bit. Surprising variety of like portraits too in the dialogue at least. I should have switched off with that one. And there is falling damage. There's also a jump button. Forgot that for a second. So yeah, the whole thing is very much paced like this, but like there's some charm to it. Also, there's a variety of summoned food there. Just make a like hunk of meat, potato, banana, and cheese sandwich, I guess. Yeah, this is probably about where I'm gonna like cut it off with this one, just because I forgot how chatty a game it is. But as you go on, like lots more dialogue, lots more short little anime cutscenes, picking up a variety of little special powers for each character. A little Zelda-iness, like here's your little charge thing you can smash through certain walls with. And then towards the end it turns into a shooter for like completely out of the blue. Yeah, like you do. Really nice, like, hand-drawn backgrounds, though, in this game. Okay, you have one last shot to give me a boss fight.
Look out!
Ooh, get down!
Summon ice daggers!
You saved my life.
Okay, I mean, I like having a boss fight, except for the part with the boss fight. Yeah, like very like religiously true to the source material. It was, I guess, part of the charm, and also one of the very annoying things about this. again, like, partially because of just being in development hell for literally forever, and also being like enough of an improvement on the original version of the game that it was like reverse imported. You cannot find this game. Like, it's like, last I checked, which was a while back, it was like $200 or $300 for like a beat up copy. Not so much as a market quality though. Just one of those things. Like, times like this, I'm always like, well, I should save it before I stop playing. In case I want to, again, pick up this game of Magic Knight Rayearth on the Saturn on my computer. I don't have to actually do that. I can just do this. Eject that disc. I said eject that disc. There we go. So let's see. What do we have next? Something has to be less chatty. Oh, that's an option. That is certainly an option. Let's let this do its little intro thing while I go AFK real briefly. So, this is Dark Savior. This is one of the weirdest games I've ever played. For a few reasons. And I am curious if I can remember what the controls were. It is from Climax, who brought you Landstalker and Lady Stalker and that Time Stalkers. And this, not all their games have soccer in the name, but they like them some isometric Zelda-ish things. And this game is just, again, this is a weird game. Sure. You can call it that. A very ambitious game is the main thing that has going on with it. A very ambitious game that my emulator set might not be fully rendering properly. So kind of like Metal Gear Solid 2, actually. We have this like introductory in media res like infiltration of a ship sort of thing going on before the actual like main game proper starts. But there is like some massive branching in how the game actually starts based on how this first bit goes. I don't remember any of the details, but like dramatic shifts in the like starting conditions of the game based on some kind of arbitrary stuff right here. And then there's the combat system, which we'll get to. Very nicely detailed characters, by the way. Like, that is a good face right there. There's like some real-time clock stuff going on in this. There's like very Landstalkery weird puzzles. You are not ready for the combat. Has this very like spy thriller vibe for being this fantasy setting. Yeah, my emulator's not like 100% there. But, you know, it's been going pretty okay so far for the most part. That sure is a monster. Bug on top of a bug on top of a slime sort of thing. Nice cinematography there. That little shadow on the wall. Oh yeah, I forgot how good the music was. So I've never like really played all the way through this or mastered it or anything like that, but I seem to recall the intro's effect on things is like very, very, very time-based here. Like how many seconds it... Yeah. There's a little time in the corner. This is like a very Resident Evil menu. Let's get to it. They're very stiffly on grid here. Very good. There's the cage. Slightly asymmetric movement, or awkward, slightly awkward asymmetric movement, there we go. Okay, if you've played, like, Landstalker, or really anything else from Climax, this is a thing you're familiar with. A lot of picking up boxes in a, I guess Solstice is another touch point, but ah yes, chocolate. Chocolate induces money because they censored it from the original version where it's cigarettes. Most of the game is set in a prison. Aha! That's what I'm doing here. It's a weird bit of momentum here with the But yeah, you can see like the sort of thing this has going on. Like surprisingly ambitious physics. Shoulder buttons let you actually like rotate the camera, but you know, I think this likes to be asymmetric. You're allowed to do this. Yeah, you can look around, but it just defaults back to asymmetric view, which I do appreciate, because like games of this nature, you often get lost because you can't do this at all. So I think even just like a little camera control helps so much. car racing. This is new. It's a big ship. But you can see just like the sheer ambition behind this, right? Okay, my timer's gone yellow, so it's gone red actually. Probably not great. A weird bit of momentum. Fine. I say not trust these controls at all. There you go. Here at least. Movement is very, very stiff in this game. That wasn't coming across. So I seem to recall that, like, sketchy. That's sketchy when they have save states. Indeed. Or almost beat the first try. like you're almost walking on ice in this game, I swear. I'm so lost. Aha, here we go. Aha. And now for the combat system. Asymmetric fighting game. Did you think I was kidding by any chance? Fuck the charge. No, but it's best of two, right? Yeah. So our big, very Zerum-like monster here, like you can just like reach in like 15 seconds and beat there, and it changes the things are a significant amount. say re-op, everybody. Sorry about my emulator. Is it just Godzilla? Just straight up? In a stripy shirt? Okay, so this is the first of a few games tonight where, like, I'm surprised this isn't more of a thing today. It's not quite as well polished as, like, Metal Gear Solid, but, like, it's got that same, like... again, one way to think of is ambition to it. It's just, we are gonna do stuff that, like... isn't gonna hit mainstream games for another decade. Just with, like, interactable environments and, you know, branching narratives. We're gonna put fighting game combat in the last sort of game to have it. Perhaps a little simplified, but, you know. Plus weird setting, very intriguey plot. There's that horrible jumping I had to do. It's not the only way to proceed there either. Like, there's a lot of routes through that ship. Can we get off? And here's a bit more RPG-ish. Also remember the controls. very good faces. You can kind of see the lazy localization there of what they originally were. Kind of see the slight limitations of my emulator here. It isn't the best at polygonal graphics, apparently. It will hopefully not like affect one of the other big highlights that I have on the schedule. Everybody's game is a little bit awkward, but also like a little bit neat. And like really good character designs. Interesting uniforms we have here. This is also like a contrast to the working design localization we've been seeing of like, you know, you get the weird jokes or you get just some very, very awkward wording. You go somebody else. Got a loop then. Shortcut. Meanwhile, Hello, Godzilla. I'm glad you're taking your rifle around like that. It's good to hear. Is there perhaps something hidden behind me? Smack around? No. Don't want to like wander around AOC too much. There's a game that we had for a while. Never really gave the time it deserves. You know? Just losing a little is all. It's fine. You know, sometimes you just get real blue in the face from drinking too much jalapeno juice, and almost murder a child. It's one of those things. In fact, I have to get arrested. Probably for something less serious than murdering a child. Eee. Keep going to like use my camera stick. It's like this. It's not a thing. Oh. Okay. Hint on what to do. I like the tuxedo and helmet combination they have going on. This is open now. Some real like Power Rangers villain NPCs going on here. Yeah. Definitely some kind of Tokusatsu vibes. It's good. I mean, all the faces are very nice. Got that big anvil tattoo there. He does mind. Fine. Can I go there? Sure, why not? There we go. Hang this. Oh no. I'm on the ropes now. I'm gonna get the go meter. Oh, I got boss for using the special move at the end. Yeah, so you get the idea. Oh. I didn't realize I could like spend those points on stuff, but that's good to know. But yeah, it's a neat game. Just lots of ideas. Not all of them execute perfectly well, but lots of ideas, and I like to see that sort of thing. That said, I think that was a good chunk of action properly. So now let's go to one of the really talky ones, which the actual disc I own of this is an import. However, poking around just today, I found a patch version. I have finished this without knowing Japanese, but this should be a nice change of pace. Probably also do that. There we go. Enjoy this theme song. Oh, it's like Saturn. Legitimately catchy as hell. So, this is Sakura Wars. A lot of people are under the impression that this game is a dating sim. This game is not a dating sim, but it has a lot of that DNA. But what this really is a hybrid of like tactical RPG with the grid movement and stuff like that, and visual novel with dating sim leanings. And a really, like, wonderfully bonkers plot. Or, you know, here we are in, like, slightly steampunky, what, like, 1918 Tokyo, I think it was, with little xenomorphs flying around. And basically, the protagonist of our story, who is not on screen yet, gets a job working for 1923, thank you. I was close. But yeah, you get a job working for an organization of pilots of steam-powered mecha who, as a cover story, basically run the Takarazuka review on the side. And everyone's stats are based on their feelings. So you want to, in the visual novel bits, try to, like, you know, just cheer everybody up and keep them from getting into, like, very catty fights with each other so that they have decent stats going to the actual combat parts. This leads to, at one point, the funniest thing where, like, one of the characters gets just, like, kidnapped and tortured for a day, and then you come rescue them, and then, like, you know, she's so happy that she's being rescued that her stats go through the roof. It's just like, you think it's the other way around, but okay. And then the plot goes really weird later on, if you can believe it. Well, it's a little obvious from the names of one of the villains. Let's get back to it far after that to come up. So this is our actual main character. People who have, like, seen footage of this game and seen, like, the anime based on this game just assume that they left the main character out of the anime because, like, what an incredibly generic guy he is. Just... He just does not read as a protagonist. And the other thing I find interesting with this game is, like, you would think that there'd be a dating sim element to it. Like, there is, you know, one guy, a whole bunch of girls. You do get an ending based on who likes you the most at the end. But you never really ask anything about it on dates, which is appropriate, because, like, it is just a collection of, like, lesbian archetypes, frankly. Like... Like, there is the Stone Butch one, and then there is the other Stone Butch one. It's kind of an interesting roster. It's easy to think it's like a game based on anime. It is the other way around. The game did come first.
少尉をお連れするようにとの任務を受けてまいりました。
I think it's still getting sequels to this day, actually. It's kind of a big franchise in Japan.
はい、帝国歌劇団花組新宮寺さくらです。よろしくお願いします。頼りになりませんか？さあ、大帝国劇場に参りましょう。
Alright, time dial toys are a thing, too.
違います。大帝国劇場に帝国歌劇
Which
団
made
の
it
本部があ
interesting
る
when
ん
I
で
was
す。
playing this unlocalized. I have picked up a little Japanese here and there, but like, not enough to read anything that fast. So it was just like, which punctuation makes more sense? I did have like a text translation at the time, but
兵
like,
法の極意ですね。
there is some branching.
では参りましょう。
There are some parts that change based on how much we like it at a given point, and I was just on my own for those. I mean, it's kind of needed here. Like, it is a significant portion of the game. And it's less about, like, you know, branching dialogue and more about just, like, getting the stat bonuses. So I appreciate the, like, think quick aspect.
大神さん、初めてなんですね。じゃあ、正面ロビーから入りましょう。今日は夜の部だけですから。でも間もなく開場しますから、すぐにお客さんで溢れ返りますよ。お兄ちゃん、さくらさんの恋人。
So archetypes as they get introduced here. We got the generic girl, the toddler.
アイリス、大人をからかってはいけません。こちらは帝国歌劇団に転属された大神一郎少尉よ。帝国歌劇団花組アイリスです。で、こっちはクマのジャンパール。アイリスの大切なお友達なの。仲良くしてね。
Real shiny cheeks there on these designs.
ねえさくら、どうしたの？このお兄ちゃんも霊力がある。後部に乗って戦うのね。そうよ。アイリス、戦争嫌いだよ。心配しないで、アイリス。さあ、お部屋に行きましょう。マザーグースの本を読んであげる。あ、大神少尉。
That's not actually really impressive how like smooth looking the character portraits are for how low the resolution actually is.
ではこれで失礼いたします。
They have some nice anti-aliasing in this game.
誰かちょっと手を貸してちょうだい。
Okay, our next archetype. The one with the oh ho laugh.
そこのあなた。他に誰がいるの？バカ面してないでこっちにいらっしゃい。
Nice touch.
そこに落としたフォークを拾って新しいものと取り替えてくださらないかしら。ありがとう。ところでここのトップスター
So again, it's not like a like charm them thing. It's just do whatever they personally like. So with Samiri here, you tend to have a lot of like, okay, either everybody is going to have nice stats going into this fight, or she is, because she's kind of horrible. I was just trying to remember on the fly what everybody's weapon is. See, a bit of a non-interactive intro here too, which, you know, that's why I got Dark Savior in there as a buffer. I can finally actually do something. And there is this slight bit of perviness that happens. I do appreciate too, just the entire intro just being the main character, just like not accepting this premise at all. Also, for those curious, I can't advance the text faster than they talk. Good for you.
だからいいんじゃねえか、劇場の支配人なんてや。結構、いや、結構毛だらけだ。ほいじゃ最初の任務だ。こいつ まんまだ。目立ってしょうがねえや。何せ秘密
It's worth noting that, like, the Saturn was much more successful in Japan than it was here. And we missed out on, like, 300 visual novels.
家庭挨拶はいらねえって言っただろ。さっさと行きな。
So if you ever hear of, like, oh, some game we didn't get here for the Saturn, like, this is probably what it played like. And that looks like way higher than, like, what, 320 by 200 resolution or whatever it is? And there's the stat penalty sound. Hello. You are in time for ridiculous robot times. Sure. A horrible lie. This is awful. It sure is. A very different experience when you actually, like, read the choices on these. Yeah, it doesn't come up very often.
もしもし、すみません。今日からこちらに来られた方ですね。はじめまして。お話は伺ってます。私、高村椿って言います。ここの売店でいつも売り子をしてるんです
I
よ。
don't remember you existing at all. Which says to me you don't have a mech, so I don't care about you.
なんかも揃ってますから、いつでも遊びに来てくださいね。
Okay, I can try and actually use the map. the things that give you the like stat up and downs are such like non-things too. These are tight timers on these too. I do like the animated cursor, just having so many little modes to it. A little walkie thing or abandoning something. Really so nothing but the promise here. As is often the case, this sort of thing, silence is an option. Now I need to remember, like, what the heck advances the plot enough to actually get to the first fight. Alright, the small child is traumatized. There's a bit of just wandering around aimlessly in the visual novel portions. Let's see. There's the 1 meter we haven't talked to yet. Not here.
あなた、大神さんでしょ？私、榊原ゆりって言います。劇場の事務をしてます。どうぞよろしくね。はじめまして、大神さん。私、藤井かすみです。
I don't remember you existing either.
劇場の事務を取り仕切っています。
Yeah, you got your bridge crew.
私に何かご用ですか？私に何か？
Hard to find them out sometimes. Right, wander into the basement. Got it. Thank you.
また来てくださいね。
One of them there. Just familiarize yourself with the location sort of parts of the game. Always annoying, honestly. There's one other NPC who is relevant to just where the plot goes totally off the rails later. Somewhere in here. At least one of the sequels just goes to France, if I recall. No. I think it was 3 or 4. Yep.
ああ、もしもし。もしもし。ああ、来た。さっきな。まあ、もう少し様子を見んことには。
Also known as the Butch one. The other Butch one joined your party later.
この秘密部隊は難しい。
And the nerd, which rounds things out.
我々は見守ることしかできん。帝国軍人としちゃ屈辱だ。しかし後部を操れるのは今のところあの子たちだけ。だから私はあえてあの子たちをかばい守り自由にさせている。あの若いのが使えるといいが。おっと、そろそろ文句を言いに来たらしい。ではまた。
It is a delightful premise, honestly. two things. Ah. Yeah, I guess those would be fitting additions for that year. Even like in the little like speech portrait there, looking at that photo, it's like I don't see a protagonist anywhere in here. just generic background guy. Sure. So yeah, while this does predate the anime based on it, like it has eye catches, which I find kind of adorable. I seem to recall like clips from next episode too after like chapters are formally done. It's kind of funny they actually have to like watch the plays. Come to think of it. What am I actually doing? I do appreciate too that like a lot of the actual events are just like in the middle of the hallway, so if you're just kind of like wandering around aimlessly, you'll just bump into people you're looking for. It is a nice background. I find it amusing both that like you just have a toddler to deal with, and also I think she has like grenade rounds or something in her back. It's been a bit. So easy to misclick. The actual stage. There we go. think I did. Where did you go back upstairs? Alright, healer. I was gonna say, what is with this, like, 1920s sleeping cat? But that's what it said, so I guess it's actually appropriate. Okay, where the hell did I not go, then? So I'm just being familiarized with the locations. You know what? Sure. Yes, end of this day. Get to the giant robots. Or I guess, you know, slightly larger than people robots, at least. Above average sized. Hmm. At this point, this does feel like just a hazing ritual. Check here. Discussion of the term bromide, which, yeah, that is a weird one. Impressive work, like, actually subtitling the cutscenes, too, whoever did this patch. I do like the instant feedback of those little jingles. Hopefully I'm at the point where I can find what they're for. It's a good choice there. I guess if you want to like play this game on a hard mode, you can just like be a horrible jerk to everyone. Come to think of it. Finally. Time for the other half of the game. I'm always a sucker for one of those like mid-80s launch tube sequences. Hmm. Oh, did you? It's like I was saying before, it's a really catchy song. It's a good mech design, yeah. Real gimme points there. This is not a dating sim, but it is kind of a game for trained perverts. Just the same composer as Gunbuster. I can kind of hear it, yeah. The theme song is honestly, like, one of those ones where it's like, I will play a otherwise kind of boring game if the music is good enough. Although, again, like, even in the visual novel bits, like, you have tight timers on those dialogue choices. So here's our villains. Covering all the bases. The biker, the weird child with his hair in front of his face, the girl, and the Sephiroth, whose name is just Satan. And the late game twist. He reveals his true form, which is just the same guy with little horns. It's like, no, I'm actually Satan. Yes, I am playing Super Emulator, which has been pretty solid so far for the reputation that Saturn Emulation has. Well, this particular game I have played through beginning to end in Japanese on the original hardware. I mean, played the game before. It's pretty straightforward. You got your standard hex grid stuff. I actually can't remember if there were back attacks or not. Oh, Earth has range to it. So every character has a different basic weapon to them. Let's see. I need room to get their stuff in. I think we call you have a lot of range. So, sort of people, do they have their stats reflecting the moves that they're in properly? Oh yeah, it's a little trust line. So they can go negative. There's always 0 for Ogami, because guys don't have emotions. But yeah, boost all your stats accordingly the more you're in a good mood, basically. So who is that? So I seem to recall her deal is a penetrating spear that like hits 2 things. Oh, is it classic? Yes. something super boring, like also a sword. Oh, 2 swords, okay. Come back to me. Yeah, you can't hold a button to speed that up if you don't like big stompy mecha for some reason. Let's see. You have your like ranged attack. Surprise. So the main way that like fights get more difficult later on is less from like more convoluted setups in the fight and more just from like more drama behind the scenes that day. Sometimes they'll just like straight up start having fights with each other. It's just kind of like emotional triage. Let's see. I think you have some tiers into attack, yes? Or being best friends? Yes. Okay. But yeah, just, you know, your standard, you know, tactical RPG stuff, mixed with, alright, you can, like, heal yourself if you, mixed with, yeah, the visual novel stuff, which is kind of just, like, you know, an interesting enough premise to, something. Hold the interest for, what is it, like, 12 chapters, I think? None of you are quite lined up right for good move, or very good move, rather. I think you do this. Oh, right, this is just an area attack. Right. That's right. I hate Smiri as a character, but she's great in combat. Right. Well, hate's a strong word. Was that just out of range? I am hard committed to that movement, aren't I? Can he attack then move? I don't know. Yes, okay. Special is once per fight, I think? Or is that, I guess we sort by this. Is that one off? So his actual full name is Ali Satan. So you know, Satan Blue, which is even less dignified somehow. Again, like, it's weird. Most of the actual difficulty comes from the visual novel half of it, not the combat half of it.
敵を私が倒すしかない。
Is that in range? Yes. Just Satan. Yep. And her damage is not great because I didn't, like, inspire her with confidence. I seem to recall, like, getting her mood up is, like, actually just hard in general. Oh, sorry. Immediate, like, mood drop on attack. I guess you can just actually just sit there. That's okay. Yeah, rest for charging me back up, right? But yeah. And I seem to recall too, hearing at least that like later games in the series like get way more interesting with the combat. They got the team from Skies of Arcadia on one of them, if I recall, later on the Dreamcast. Or past the Dreamcast? It was around then. Okay, it's a weird, wacky premise. Executed pretty well, all things considered. I go check my status to see how much everybody likes me. Although this early, I can kind of do the math in your head on that one. Yeah, I'm still like really impressed at like how nice this looks at this resolution. Like, especially, frankly, with Mass Effect Ray for contrast, where, like, those faces look a little chunky. But like you can really tell if you like look really close. They like worked on that anti-aliasing. Oh, I thought so, yeah. Oh my gosh, you're under arrest, etc. Makes sense. Like, back in the day when people were like going for the anime thing in games, they splashed out for like the real talent. You got a lot of like Gynax doing stuff. You got a lot of what was the other like big studios that did this back then? I want to see the ones who did like the Ghost in the Shell series. Were doing a lot of games at the time. That's what I was waiting for.
大神さんは元海軍の少尉さん。そんな大神さんの前に突然現れた天才中国娘李コーラン。そして謎の美女。次回桜大戦。敵の名はクロノスカイ。大正桜にロマンの嵐。どうするの？大神さん。
So a lot of games have done it since, but this is the first time I'm aware of to just do the whole like animated clip next episode thing between chapters of the game thing. It's a cute gimmick. Yeah. This one gets a big thumbs up for me. I'm glad that I can play it in English now. That was not the case for the past however many years Spence has been out. And because you were all good and sat through that, okay, hang on. I gotta see the villains again. Because they're ridiculous. It's a good villain roster. And again, the big late reveals he actually just is Satan, which is just somehow surprising to people. I guess including me. It's been on the nose. It really is, yeah. So if you play one series of half visual novel, half tactical RPGs, these are actually pretty good. The pacing's a little slow, but you know, as was the style of the time, frankly, with something else tonight. This whole design, too. Oh, really? It's just some... Here, draw 4 evil guys, and this is what you get. Yes. And they know the like anime stakes of the plot too. Just like today, we'll be attacking this park. Anyway, that little bit of villain action out of the way. Since you've been very good, hang on, let me eject the disc properly before putting the next one. We now move on to probably the crown jewel of my Saturn collection. Even at the time, I was kind of shocked that I managed to get the hold of this one. I swear, this was like born incredibly rare and hard to find. this is Panzer Dragoon Saga. The original Panzer Dragoon and Zwei are like rail shooters, which I've never played, but are also like really highly recommended. And then they did this one, and this is just one of those games that like came from space, like. Nothing like this was out when this came out, and very little like this has come out since, frankly. Although it has been with graphics, which is apparently the weak point of this emulator, so hopefully it doesn't start breaking apart on me. First and foremost, it has to be said that this game has like a really amazing, unique visual style if you aren't familiar with Mobius. Which sounds like a backhanded compliment, but like that look hadn't quite caught on as ubiquitously as it has since. And it's still a really good look.
We do, Edge.
I should too.
Nihil de insolentio. Although some see a goal.
This is one of those things where someone just made a language.
Prelidis,
Tunes cognitum lua. Quid nostra defensio.
D.
Yep.
Possetu cognitum.
The Envitus. Enio Empergus. Devon est pertina Empenia.
Devonum est lutema.
Es. De Peltiner Impenia. Tues nostem praestem. Noster defensio. Hec. Exceller impelnia. Te omnio aude gescalde.
Imperial! Turcus Miscentis! Hostis? Liquor?
栄華を誇った文明が滅んで数千年。かつての力を失った人類は自らが生み出した遺伝子改造による生物兵器に脅かされつつ黄昏の時代を過ごしていた。だが失われた文明の力を借りた帝国が出現した時から再び時代は回り始めた。帝国の手によって発掘された9世紀の兵器は人類の生存を脅かす多数の巨大生物を撃退し、再び我らの時代が来たと人々を歓喜させた。しかし、力は欲望を生み、欲望は戦乱を生む。帝国と同じく9世紀の力を手に入れた周辺国家との戦争は深刻化の一途をたどった。自らの優勢を保つため、帝国は9世紀の遺跡の発掘を強引に進める一方で、帝都に大規模な研究機関を設け、わずかずつではあるが、古の時代の謎に迫ろうとしていた。
I'm glad they can actually like properly emulate this these days though, because like I swear, this is one of those games where there's like 5 copies in the world.
The trader important.
And it is for a poorly performing system, let's say, that is itself kind of hard to find these days. And it really is a special one.
Cards, Venia Deni, Kunipas, Action Velux.
Oh, really? That really is from a discussion of the works of Mobius and naming his daughter Ronska. Like, what an evocative intro this is. I do really play the first 2 games in this series. And this one, all the way through, really. I have started it here and there several times. Always enjoy when I play it a lot. But again, like, saving on the Saturn is kind of hard. Or rather, keeping your saves is hard. Just like replace that battery in the little side panel, and then, you know, finish your game in a week. Oh, neat. I forgot Order even existed. That was on the, what, 360? Original Xbox?
Impenia? Suos, nostra suos! Praia esque.
Stop. Bertina Langis. Laos de Pors Resta.
De nostra! Abo!
I do find it fascinating that, like, Microsoft has a strategy to just, like, have everybody refer to every system as the Xbox. Like... If I wanted the current one, I genuinely wouldn't know what to look for. That's a shame. But yeah, like, Saturn emulation has kind of gotten there, so... Anyone can play these now. Like, I do kind of want someday to track down an actual original Xbox purely for the sake of playing Steel Battalion the proper way. I would need to move first, though, just to set it up. Like...
Francia Postas.
I do have to apologize too for like the ratio of watching intros to playing games going on tonight, but that was kind of the thing for this whole hardware generation. And it is very much the reason I'm not like doing systems sequentially, because like I want to put off the PlayStation. It'll take me a while to get through this. I distinctly recall a Valkyrie profile was like 20 full minutes to get to inputs. Like... Ooh, lucky.
Prestim importer.
Yeah, I feel like if you own Steel Battalion, you need a room dedicated to it. The special chair, the foot pedals, the desk just for that controller. Its own dedicated CRT. So can you tell this game came on 4 discs? Also, I find it interesting that the game is like breaking the fourth wall here. Which is nice, because like it is ambiguous. A lot of games. Am I naming the main character or am I naming my save file? I'm like, no, save file. Nice. So, I want to stress, this is a game from like 1998. Alright, this is the UI it has. very, very, like, WASD and mouse, frankly, set up for a console game. Oh, this does remind myself how it worked through the manual. Support the analog sticky controller they did for Knights, which you will not be seeing tonight, by the way. I don't have it on the Saturn, and I have streamed it before on the Steam version. Of course, I'm playing with a 360 controller tonight because I'm emulating it, and it's like a little weird. All these are designed for that, like, you know, cluster of 6 buttons. I have 2 of them hiding out on the shoulders. It is very much the Dreamcast controller, yeah. Beyond the Dreamcast just like becoming the generic controller everybody uses, but like you can kind of see it.
だいぶ流されたな。早く発掘所に戻らないと。だけどこのドラゴンどうやったら言うことを聞いてくれるんだろう。
You'd think there'd be a tutorial, but no. You kind of have to figure this out yourself for a bit. Whole game's like a bunch of like canyons and such. I think it does open up after a while. Do a like proper open map. I hate that up is up. Altitude gauge there. On that other half before I actually get to town. It's just a very like chill overworld setup here. Ow! We got some birds to say hello to. We got me actually going down and I go up, which I expect it to be, you know, flight ski controlled, and it's not. Meow. Reverse, very, very slow. Yeah. And you know, this is fun. That's really good. Okay, so while I just kind of hold forward. Is it rain? Okay, go. Get up really quick and get you some tree or something. Hang on. I didn't like her. Okay. And for being a pretty like early 3D game, this is like a very 3D game. It really strives to be just like extremely cinematic at all times. Yep. Yep. Yeah, this isn't a bad system, this like weird little look mode thing we have going on. Just odd to see it.
Taicho! 生きてたのか。よく無事で。隊長、早く行け。奴らは谷に沿って北へ向かってる。あの男、クレイメンたちを追い、本物の帝国軍が来る前に。クレイメン？誰なんです、そいつは。
Yeah, I think Shenmue did like draw some inspiration from this. I know Skies Arcadia did for the combat.
帝国の特務部隊、黒い艦隊を率いる男の話を聞いたことがある。おそらくは奴が。ここを見れば帝国は俺たちを疑う。あの発掘物を奪回する以外、お前の生き延びる方法はない。胸のポケット。隊長、これは。隊長？隊長？
And again, like, this is the sequel to a rail shooter. Apparently a very good one. Like, every so often on the Saturn, somebody got, like, real ambitious. I think I remember all of this from when I played this for the first time however many years ago, thanks. I just need to remember which attack button was which. That'll be good. Also, which is up and which is down. This part you just kind of get to be frustrated and smash things. Okay, never how combat works in this game. Semi-turn-based thing. I can move around different quadrants here. Fire my gun. You have to just like paint targets with a dragon's laser. Probably should watch the tutorial. You'll come back to me, I'm sure. There's like so many buttons. Go where I was supposed to then. Now we'll quit trying to get the controls reversed. So I should look at some of my inventory here. Oh right, I have this that I just started with. This here entire book of plot. It's just, you know, like the handbook for being a soldier here. Which has like sections to it. Just going through here at a reasonable speed for anybody who is curious enough to come back and stop and pause through later. Items, and yes. And here's my dragon. There are 4 stats to it. All of these change the appearance accordingly. Okay, these. That's what I showed you. Okay. unfortunately, before you get to like an actual fight with things that fight back. There's a nice like light strategic element to it.
構成生物よけの風網か
Say so fast on this. Of course, go this way then. Okay, so this can just properly. Let's figure out my move. Okay, you have your single target attack that's just like very direct and to the point, and then you have your just sweep over the whole thing for your dragon's auto fire laser blast, which is an interesting pair of options to have. And the actual maneuvering around, just you know, like around clock positions is important when things are fighting back. Okay, so this is a bit different. Fight back. And there's a little like threat thing on the radar at the bottom for like which sort of directions you're safe in or going to be like definitely attacked in. But there's also stuff like I was able to, with the Dragon Breath there, like do a ton of damage at once by being along its flank, where there's like lots of different targets to hit. It isn't the consequences of my actions. I'm mostly like interested in like getting to an actual town. I do appreciate airships that have like a bunch of wings on them like that. He said swing on the back. They're kind of putting position on that. Just kind of exploding to keep the polygons there. This is an RPG after all. I guess berserks are spells. It's not time for them. In the back, stay away from your mouse sort of thing, or like swing around for the risky shot into their mouse sort of thing. You get the idea. We've all played Skies Arcadia, which did similar stuff with the ship combat. But other than that, though, like again, this game is from space. Like definitely at the time, nothing else really like looked or sounded or like acted like it. Ooh. Oh. That's a problem. Not be here. I do like the idea that you can just like save up like 3 turns just at your leisure. Just some like dynamism into it when you're just kind of moving up this way to like rest up for a bit and then swooping into position to actually get your attack off. Yeah, after you escape from this whole, like, big Imperial mining facility, which I may have done. Fish. One of these is facing towards me. That's less than ideal. kind of a feel of this. I'm hoping I'm close to like the first town of the game. Shop that into things. So I need to heal yet? No, I'm good. Okay, let's get turned around. Okay, it's got turned around. Didn't practice turn around. Not the worst way to hide, like, loading zones, these little tunnels. Kind of great on each fight too, get better experience and chance for items for, you know, doing them nice and clean. There's more 50 techniques. It's very much a watch the reader sort of game, honestly. Glad I healed. Way more control over the gun than you do the laser breath, which just kind of like grabs the nearest 4 targets. There he is. Definitely should have looked at the whole berserk things. I totally don't know the game mechanic. Oh, this is also a thing. Got their little enemy viewer. Good lord. straight up spell, isn't it? That's how I thought that worked. Nice to confirm it. I do like the idea of just like your dragon gets to track away fish when you're stuff to smash. Not gonna turn it. Did forget the it's a neat game. I've been playing for close to an hour, but it deserves it. That's what I was thinking. There's also spots later on where you can just like stop and just like make a little campsite, pet your dragon on the snoot. Encourage it to grow its stats in different ways. It still impressed me too with like games of a certain age, like just having really good camera work. It doesn't really matter how low your polygon count is, it's still gonna look really nice. Like your polygon count or your texture memory. Not to be in front of that. What did I just say? Memory life spells. He's now very angry. Not here wait time. appreciate that a lot of things have, like, you know, their big frontal attack, but then also, if you go right behind them, they have a little tail or whatever to deal with you. Please stop eating my dragon. Okay. Heal up in there. Yeah, like it's a very simple combat system, but there's a lot of strategy to it. Already say. It's semi-turn based. Very ATB like in practice. Like maneuvering doesn't like cost you an action point, but it does require it to be your turn.
これは一体あんたのドラゴンなのか？
僕のってわけじゃない。なぜか言うことは聞いてくれるんだけど。
ドラゴンね、そうか。確かにこいつがあれば帝国とも戦える。
帝国と戦うだって。まさかお前もクレイメンの。
ちょっと待てよ。人違いだって。クレイメンの中じゃない。俺はシーカーだ。
シーカー？洞窟集団の？
おいおい、人聞きが悪いな。俺たちが洞窟者なら帝国だってそうさ。あの宝の山が奴らのもんだって誰が決めた？
そのシーカーのあんたがなぜこんなところに？
仲間との合流地点に向かってたんだが、近道をしてたらあいつに襲われてな。助かったよ。で、ついでと言っちゃなんだが、俺をそこまで運んでくれないか。
Okay, finally this time.
いや、何、そう遠くはない。カイナスの村って言って、ここのすぐ南さ。そんなに警戒すんなよ。一人旅には慣れてないんだろ？力になるぜ。
I just like just the attention to detail, like having the dragon like stop and take a little nap
だ
here
け
while
ど
you're
その
talking.
村に行くだけだ。
ああ、十分十分。ああ、自己紹介がまだだったな。俺の名はガッシュ。本名はスキアド・オプス・ガッシュって言うんだが、まあガッシュでいい。こう見えてもこの辺りの情報には詳しいんだ。遺跡のこと、構成生物のこと、何だって教えてやるぜ。
Okay, so here we have our actual world map. Such as it is. Yeah, like the towns in this game are like, I don't know, something out of like an RPG or an MMO from like 2005. This was like 1998. This was not the established thing yet at all.
ここもやられたのか。やられた？構成生物、あの化け物どもさ。
Like this is a peer of like PlayStation RPGs which you do appear in your background.
なんで突然。
And like Ocarina of Time.
俺はこの辺りを調べてくる。悪いがもう一晩だけ付き合ってくれ。ああ。
And here we are doing like, you know, extensive motion capture and like fully three-dimensional environments. This like D-pad and single button based like mouse look stuff. Tons of world building and just like very quiet pacing. Definitely nothing at all like it at the time, and like, I'm hard pressed to think of anything like this now.
で、こんなのと一緒に旅をすることになったのか。
Like, I guess.
俺たちシーカーの間じゃ、ドラゴンは神様の使いってことになってる。
Yeah, this doesn't hold down to a candle next to like Shadow of the Colossus for this sort of thing, but that is a whole hard generation later. And no things like that either for some reason.
9世紀を滅ぼした悪魔だとよ。そりゃそうも言いたくなるさ。奴ら何度も手痛い目に遭ってるからな。まあ、その辺はあんたの方が詳しいか。傭兵とはいえ帝国にいたんだろ。
That being said,
で、これからどうすんだい？
隊長にはクレーメンを追えって言われた。だけどそうじゃなくても隊長やみんなの敵を討ちたい。
I think I might be ready to move on to the next game.
それもいいさ。どちらにしてもよほどの目的がないと辛いからな。辺境の旅は。
This is definitely wanted to like share with people a bit though, because like it's one of those games you hear about a lot from like, you know, the Legends old sailor style. But well, I guess now it's actually not that hard to track down a playable copy of it. Like, again, I spent like an hour last night. Found big old pile of disk images and an emulator and BIOS and all that. But you know, you could not emulate a Saturn until like what, a year or two ago properly.
あるもの、人を探してる。絶対の客人とでも訳せばいいのかな。
This is this lost little gem for the longest time.
記録にはそう書いてある。
絶対の客人？
Plot was not anything special, but like the presentation of this game.
それ以上は言えんな。そのクレメントやさ、砂漠へ向かったぜ。そのせいで砂漠の構成生物がここに攻め込んだのさ。シーカーは死んでも仲間に情報を伝える術を知ってる。この村にいた仲間が残した遺言さ。
And the way comic books are like, again, like basically a Genesis controller is pretty impressive. That's a very important thing. Space do I have? Quite a lot, actually. Not the most creative name, but you know. There's a whole system in the background that like tracks dragon affection points. And they'll go to this trouble of like having all these little custom animations.
Ah, 俺も連れてってくれよ。実はここで仲間と会った後、砂漠の向こうで別のシーカーと合流するはずだったんだ。
And they have like free camera control. You
一
can
人で砂漠越えはできないし。な、頼むぜ。ありがたい。その代わり、砂漠
For
の越え
now,
方は俺が教
we're
えて
taking
や
to
る。
it. That's our taste of that. Again, like beautiful game. Really, just something special that somebody like really put a like labor of love into. So let's see. What do we have left? We have my other like personal. I really want to show this off of the night. And oh, we got a little game that starts with the word shining. Are we also doing weird things on this one? Or is we doing okay? Yeah, I guess we're in the audio.
Sonic! Software planning.
One second, I did not update. not spending quite as much time on this one. So this is Shining the Holy Ark, which I'm assuming is meant to be pronounced like, you know, shining, the Holy Ark, and not like a verb. But I've never been quite clear on that. Yeah, sure. So this is, I believe, not like a direct sequel, but definitely a spiritual successor to Shining in the Darkness, which is, of course, attached to Shining Force, because those are, like, in the same setting, and share characters, even. I will talk about Shining Force later. I do like me some deep talking. I mentioned this before. That's a really squeaky one. I believe this game does not have the same character designer as the other Shining games, which, you know, it's a shame. Because that is a series that has some character designs in it. As you can probably tell from the perspective and the fact that I mentioned Shining in the Darkness. Old school dungeon crawler. I love the like console variety where you have a premium party. Let's see. Just testing some buttons here. It's been a while. Up. I can this to the side. obsessively step on every square to make sure that they're all on my map when I have one. That's a double button for. Build some speed up, apparently. I don't know why I'm speed every dead end. Well, you do know why, because I'm me. Then. Ooh. Was I able to, like, turn at a non-90-degree angle there for a second? Looks like. Weird. Such a squeaky voice. Wait, oh, was that double negative? Pretty straightforward setup. Very, like, clay model for the character too. Unfortunate for one healer. Missed the first fight of the game. Rocks fall. Everyone dies. probably fine. I hate when my friends get stretched. Interesting is the way to describe the characters, I think. Not a fan, but interesting. It's also nice to like preview our build at the start of the game, I guess. Apologies for the like serious flashing in this one. I have not touched it in a couple decades. Did not rather being a thing. I will say something when it's over. You did it on the right channel. There you go. No, you want on 3. There you go. I think we're probably gonna clear for the flashing. But this is a good time as any to point out that like polygonal graphics on the Saturn, quads only, no triangles. Which, today doesn't seem that weird, because that's kind of what everybody does. Just because having everything in a nice line is, like, very handy for modeling, and you want to, like, add extra, you know, edges in there and stuff like that. But, back at the time, we had, like, very, very low poly models to begin with. It was a restriction that made things look kind of weird in 3D. I have to double check if this is assuming at proper speed, and it is. Could you talk a little faster, Big Ears? Seriously. Okay, if I hold the button down, we approach normal speed. So very confusing having the like fake villain look so much like the actual main character. Oh. So I am starting to wonder, is this an emulation issue? This is playing out as weirdly slowly as it is. Same thing. I've seen Kamen Rider O's. Somebody's in a coma, just possess them. That's how it goes. And buy him really, really, really gay clothes. Eat a lot of popsicles. Gotta have the pink little pot-bellied ear spirit resurrect the girl, because, you know, otherwise you get cooties. Yep. Oh. Well, that's unpleasant. We're really drawing this out, though. You can just tell me that you're weird little cave spirits, and you're, you know, helping us out. You don't have to go down the entire medical chart for everyone. As for you, one of your eyes somehow managed to, like, get inside the other one. It's a very serious condition. Yeah, they look just like the same character. It's very disorienting. You covered that. This has to be like a weird emulation thing. Like, there's no way this originally ran this slow. I would remember something like this. It's nice. Like, I'm not really sure what you'd call this particular like art style this has. It was definitely a thing for a few years. Like, it's not quite like pre-rendered sprites, but it's that same vibe, that same very like low detail texture, very very plasticky thing. I mean, we can get a whole lot of backstory on that, honestly, it's fine. Wow, those eyes. It's actually weird too, because like these aren't in real time. Like these are pre-rendered sprites. Anyway, yeah. So that's our kind of strange setup. And from there, we're doing, you know, doing some standard dungeon crawly stuff. Semi-standard. A good amount of effort is being put into making this like a little less boring than the standard just grid of hallways. Oh, there's some. That's nice. Can I sidestep? You have to deal here. Fully first-person game, well, except for, you know, when everybody jumps out to attack. Doing a lot of that thing that Shining the Darkness did, where, you know, monsters just kind of, like, move into frame with some panache to them. Trying to be a little bit more detail with backgrounds than a lot of other games like this would. Honestly speaking, like this is more time meant to spend than I have. Than I planned to, rather. Really want to see it, I'm sure, is that other game that starts with Shining on the Saturn, which I also have. And then the game that I really want to show you after this. But That is okay. So this is Shining Force 3. This is the other, like, holy grail on the Saturn for a lot of people. And I'm just realizing I haven't actually done a Genesis showcase. So I haven't really had a chance to talk on stream about the first two Shining Force games. They are very simple, bog standard tactical RPGs, honestly. You get a party of like 12 active characters out of a roster of like 48 or something like that in Ultimate. Character designs are pretty bonkers in general. Out of the, like, you know, 50-ish characters you have to choose from, like, a dozen of them are centaurs. You got a couple bird people, you got, like, a flying jellyfish wizard, you got an armadillo with power armor. It's a whole thing. Little hamster in a helmet. And, like, yeah, those two Genesis games, I would, like, recommend both of them. They're a bit easier and more approachable than most tactical RPGs of the time were. Like, they're not, like, Disgaea easy, but they're not, like, FFT hard. They're certainly not, like, Fire Emblem hard, which is kind of, like, the one point comparison at the time. But yeah, we had this on the Saturn here. Which is a very ambitious game, like many things on this platform are. We are very much going for that period style again here. And this sort of hearing device is common to the series. One of the notable things about this, which is not going to come up tonight for obvious reasons, this game was released as 3 games. It's like a serialized thing, chapter 1, 2, and 3 as separate releases. And the big tragedy of it, and part of why it's like such a holy grail game to people, is only the first one was localized. So the game kind of ends on a cliffhanger, if I recall. These games are all fine, sure. And if I recall, all 3 games that are Shining Force 3 are like a different character's perspective with like simultaneous narratives. So there's like, you play through the first one and then you import your save data, and then like based on choices you made, that character doing different stuff while you're playing this game, which is neat. It loses a lot when you just have the first disc of it, though, because that's all they localized. But yeah, again, like, this is one of the big holy grails in the Saturn. Everyone wants to play it back in the day. Could not find a copy of even the bit that was localized. And today, of course, you know, you can find fan translations of the whole 3-part experience. Well, again, like, I don't like the look of this compared to the two on the Genesis. They had a real charming art direction to them. And there's some charm to this too, but it's not quite the same. good text box. Well, I'm really missing already the little talking, which is kind of a staple of the series. Yeah, like a shameful amount of my Saturn library. Like, I've owned this for years. I played it a little, but I kept having my save file erased on me from that unreliable battery. You look like a child with a fake beard. I just have to point that out. Look at those centaur squats, isn't that animation? You're gonna get back to my point about like working designs, localization. This is one of the few games that are RV adjacent on that system that they didn't work on, and there's a dryness. There's a dryness. There's also 2/3 of the game missing. That just might be part of the reason that like the PlayStation pulled ahead as well as it did. Is one of the big selling points of the PlayStation 2 developers is it just had a C++ compiler. The N64 did not. I believe the Saturn also did not. They were still doing everything in assembly, which when you have like a whole CD-based game full of text, that is daunting for localization. Another like bit of trivia while I'm waiting for this to like properly get through its intro. So Camelot, the developer of the Shining series, very well beloved. They kind of stopped making games like this, and people who aren't in the know wonder whatever happened to them. And the answer to whatever happened to them, they got tapped to start doing the Mario sports games. So, like, you know, Mario Tennis and golf and blah, blah, blah. Those are all the developers of the Shining Force. Which makes me more interested to try them at some point, because, like, it is a charming developer. They've been, like, very happy with just that for the last couple decades now. And of course, famously, the artist for the like Genesis era Shining Force games, I believe, passed away recently. But like, really, just adorable fantasy art. Worth checking out any like art book you come across, or just playing those games. also unclear if it has a plot connection to the other Shining Force games or not. And isn't it? Because again, it's weird how these games tend to be connected. Like, the first one is Shining in the Darkness, which is a dungeon crawler just like the last one we saw. It's very simple. It's got a certain charm to it. The town in that game is wonderful. And you just have, like, your kind of generic main character, and then your, like, you know, elf lady wizard friend, and your, like, possibly know-me cleric buddy. And both of those two are, like, in the starting set of characters in Shining Force. Just, like, this is the next thing they went off to do. But then Shining Force 2 is, like... I think there's, like, a massive time skip of, like, 200 years on that. So the villains kind of tie in, but, like, nobody else really does. Some controls here. I do like how all of these games have these like little animated iconography for menus and such. Oh right, there's a whole relationship system this isn't there. It's been a bit since I picked this one up. Okay, and we are basically just okay, we got zoom. We got nothing. And shoulder buttons, rotary camera. Okay, all set. But yeah, the main thing that the earliest Shining Force games, at least, had going for them compared to other type of RPGs is like they leaned a lot more on the RPG side of things, with, you know, like walking around in town and, you know, rummaging through everybody's stuff, finding gold in their cupboards. Excuse me, this is a Shining Force game, this is a bookshelf. That's more like it. Let's get the jokes. This weird perspective is... Well, it's like I have a slight turning radius. Very strange. A lot of character designs in this that are like referencing characters from the first couple games, but like I don't know, it's not quite pulling it off the same charm. I do appreciate we still have just like random furries. Probably kind of picking up like a lot of party members very quickly. That's kind of the thing. I could put her on upstairs, couldn't I? It's interesting going back to games of this vintage that go for the fully polygon thing, because like there's a lot of charm to it, I find, but also like it's a bit awkward, especially moving around. I do appreciate the free camera though. That's... It's a snappy music in the series too. Hopefully it's better in combat. Or you can kind of like always tell who's entering your party because they have a portrait. I talk to you. Leave me alone. Can I enter these houses? I can't. No. We're doing a thing. I don't want tutorials, I want funny books. The first book is this like very consistent running gag of every bookshelf has 3 titles on it that are just kind of the theme. I was think of it like pretty much the only console to have a significant amount of like, you know, 3D polygonal stuff and never like have a joystick. I guess there is the one for the special controller just for knights, but I've never understood that one. Okay. Wander around town. Like, on the one hand, I appreciate that I can spin the camera so freely, but on the other hand, this game wants to be on a grid. It really wants me to be moving on a grid. dare you not respect the tradition of having a different thing to say than person an encounter. Not you. Go away. Go away. Oh, okay. Weird. Okay. This is the only anime I've ever seen, I think, that, like, respects hard drive space being a thing. Well, I guess I'd have to in this case because there's, like, the whole 3 o'clock in games thing. But it's still weird. So, okay, I could just play with save states, but if I want to play through the full game of this, I do have to clear off space on my virtual hard drive. So that's interesting. Or I need to show this emulator that I have, like, a fake memory card, which I think I could also do. Oh, let's look. Say in general, I don't particularly miss the pre-rendered sprite one. At least not this much detail in it. I have a lot of love for, like, the Final Fantasy VII low poly character models thing. And of course, you know, like, 2D sprites on a 3D background is a classic, but, like, not like this. Like, for making your characters this small, you have to, like, hand detail them. You can't just shrink the render down. Sound is picking up. So see it in part 2 of the game. How about before that? That hurts. I think it's more like 12 people at a time, yes. Okay. Curious, do I have any additional options? Do I have good range on this spell? No, I have Shining Fortress for this spell, okay. Right here, looking to me. Okay, where do? Oh. That is no range at all, huh? Can't get behind her either, oh, is that still a target? Yeah.
Here I come.
I think the higher level stuff's a really good game. That's what I get for not having her hide. Yeah, I can plan that. I have to wonder, did I miss some of the people that could have picked up first fight? Because that is kind of the thing with this series. heavy armor in this fight. And it would be nice if I could save it. Yeah. That's less good.
Is this the end?
Oh, that's the voice acting. Let's try it again. If I recall, the way this series has to work, like, you do keep your experience if you lose in a fight, like Dragon Warrior style. I do believe in Planet Academy, though. This guy's a facing mechanic.
Here I come.
Much better. Even those counters, that's very handy. Pretty sure it's very hard to get heal experience in the 94 series. All the experience is like very rubber bandy based on level. And people need to be healed usually aren't people who are super low level.
Here I come.
I'm gonna Oh, or not. Or the entire is gonna, like, you know, not need a party. That's fine too. Yeah, the music is very disappointing in this. Especially because they have some really, really catchy ones too. So I can find that person who had a portrait. This is also entirely too small of a party size for this series. Uh-huh. Sure. Oh no. Yeah, honestly speaking, like, for as much of a holy grail as this game is, I'm not really big on it, especially compared to the earlier games in the series. I'd like to take some time to, like, play through the whole thing, the whole, like, multi-character perspective thing going on and all that, but, like, it looks kind of terrible and it sounds kind of terrible. In a series where, like, a big part of the appeal is just, like, a really just colorfully weird cast of characters. And the little close-ups in the fight, which, like, you know, just low poly models don't do it for me. At least not here. I'm going to do here. Especially if I can't, like, properly save it. For wacky reasons. So, well, first I'll keep my eyes on the prize. Okay, can I talk to the one NPC in here who looks joiny? No. Okay, so that's a taste of that. Again, I find it kind of overrated. And yeah, a lot of stuff, like, had a hard time with 3D. But now it's time for what I, like, truly consider my favorite game personally on the Saturn. Well, okay, I also have Super Robot Wars game, but, like, you know, I need a break. I can't do two tactical RPGs at the same time, like, back to back like that. That's too much. So instead, I'm going to make myself kind of a liar. And we are going to play a game that people mostly know as the source of a name of a band. It is super neat. You know, apparently I have limited space on my fake hard drive for my emulator here, I guess. Even if I didn't, though, like, a save file for this game is so huge.
Behold the vast land of Legendra. This bountiful land was molded from ashen waste and given the breath of life by the 6 goddesses. But this land was not simply given life alone. Ostia, the foremost goddess, fostered a special love for the new creation, and blessed it with a sky.
So this is Dragon Force, by the way. And Dragon Force Mercy has a very short intro for everything else I've played tonight.
Spread from ocean to sparkling ocean. The people of Legendra rejoiced that they had found favor with Ostia, and life was good. However, as with all such tales bordering on morality plays, one lied in wait to cast a dark shadow on the prosperity and tranquility of Legendra. That one, from time uncounted, was called Madrak. He and his villainous legion scorched the land and dried the once sparkling seas with a burning fury unequaled in all creation. His singular goal was nothing less than complete annihilation of the beautiful land that Ostia and her sisters had created. Before the cruel hand of Madrak, the people of Legendra had no hope of survival. Broken and despondent, they prayed fervently for a miracle. Suddenly, the sacred dragon Harzgalt lunged forth to block Madrak's
Another very sock sounding effect.
Enraged, Madrak turned his fiery ardor to Harzgalt. The battle between the holy dragon and the wicked god seemed to be without end. In its wake, the winds howled, the oceans crashed, and the vast land trembled violently. 1,000 days passed, and Harzgalt had only enough strength remaining to lock Madrak into a sleep that would keep just long enough for 8 chosen heroes to be born. Now, that time is upon us. The final confrontation rushes forth.
As I was saying, this is Dragon Force, and Dragon Force is great. The first thing we have to do is pick who we're playing as. There are, as the narration mentioned, 8 countries in the world. 2 of them are illegal. You have to be on a New Game Plus to start as... where are they? Oh, I just can't select them. Yeah, in the middle of the map there is like the country of some child mage who's kind of the guy who knows about the plot. And on the west is someone with a big demon army. But otherwise, we have some options here. We have Wine, the generic protagonist with normal soldiers. He is very boring. We have Tyrus, the elf, who's got a bunch of elves with bows. Also a little boring, if I'm honest. We have Gongos, the beast man, who's got just an army of cat boys and girls, and, you know, is basically Blanca. We've got Mikal, the samurai, who has a bunch of, you know, pretty boy samurai hanging out. Big slashy swords. We have Leon, the fighting game character, who's just got a bunch of Bruce Lees in his backyard, and is right in the middle of the map, so it tends to be, you know, a lot of early combat. And we have Junon, who is Darth Vader and is also Samus, and also has a bunch of harpies. The overall scope of the game is very much pick one, conquer the world, and then the plot will really start. There are some differences in how they all play out as far as the actual storyline for each one that are kind of significant, actually. But I've played this game a lot. I will leave it up to anybody in the audience who wants to shout one of these out. So dorks, elves, beast people, samurai, monks, or birds. are basically the choices. Catboys it is. I'm pretty sure this predates Song of Ice and Fire. So, the big thing about Dragon Force is that this is a game with kind of a lot of characters in it. As far as the proper characters go, you've got like the leader of every country, and then they're like a group of 5 friends or so, who all tend to have their own little like minor side quests going on. Then you have the leaders of every other country, and they're 5 friends, and then everybody has their like personal neighbor warring faction, where there's a whole bunch of backstory. And then there's another like 50 or 60 just random mercenaries and wizards and stuff running around. And then there's how the combat works. Now, but first we have our domestic screen, where at the moment there's not really a lot to do here besides search and hope I get lucky. Anybody who's sufficiently intelligent can just kind of look around, find random items, possibly just wandering characters who are unaccounted for. We can also, in here, do some stuff that I'll explain later, and have little chats with our friends. They don't have a lot to say. So, I'll just end this and go to the... Oh, actually, can I fortify anybody? No. Meow. Here I would save if I was allowed to. And then we go to the main map. Alright, pause for a moment. Here's our capital, with all our friends in it. And here we have the rest of the world. Everybody else in their various piles of friends. Including Team Spooky over here. With the random nun that I forgot about. And again, Monktown up here, etc. And basically, what one does at the start of this game is have a look who's around locally. A bunch of mages. A whole bunch of random dorks. You know what? Sure. Let's just send out everyone. So you'll notice that Beast X30, Mage X20, etc. Combat in this game is very large scale. attack my everybody castle. That's fine. That's totally fine. So we have our pre-battle smack talk. This could go on for a bit, since these two have a lot of personal history. And then we have our big lineup of people here. Let's see. I will start off with some mages, I think, because they are kind of special. And there is so much custom dialogue for every character from every other character in the game. But yeah, you can eventually get up to 100 troops on each side. I'll just stand there, I think. And basically, controls. Just your, up to 200 people will just like run across the big battlefield. If the commander is casting full spells. And wizards just stand there and hope things go well for them, really. Some of the spells will just like hit the enemy commander. Some of them will just like do a cool little effect through the field, like that one just cutting a line down the middle of it. Let's get my face now. How about one of these? Since I did bring mages, it's going to be the goofy, underwhelming tactic. Up a bit. Oh, okay. Just want to run, that's fine. I was gonna have him sit right in front of you and put spells in your face. Let's see. You can probably handle this. Sure, I might as well show off some of the more special tactics. Here I put like half of mine in a big wedge that will just charge straight forward. Hang back here for defense. This is a real spectacle to this. At this point, we've basically both thrown our entire army at each other. One of these. Less than ideal. Yeah, if you get down to just the commanders, they have a little duel. Just super RNG heavy. Oh no. I brought plenty people. It's fine. I should come on top of the whole thing. And I think Beast Grenad's cavalry. It's been a while. That's an option. So yeah. Send them along top and bottom. Ignore these horses as they charge in this way. Oh yeah, yeah. This is a good matchup for me. You know what? Two. Defenders, you know, getting to the left. Very adorable sprites, too. Oh, okay. It's because you're massively outnumbered. Fine. Yeah, it's menu-based. There is the list of formations at the start. The last one is always kind of special for each commander. Okay, who has, like, nothing in this level 1? You go in there. You have, like, indirect control over what your units do, in general. I'll just demonstrate here if she doesn't immediately flee, anyway. But yeah, there's just have everybody one big club. Have, like, an 80-20 split between people hanging back and everybody running forward. And then there's the special commands. Bonus. Often I will just do special, and then from here there's run forward, pull back, clump into the middle, spread to the sides, stop where you are, and I'm not giving you orders, just attack whoever you feel like for the rest of the fight. And yes, the band Dragon Force is named after this game. Let's see, this being the North American version, one of these buttons is the nice dynamic camera where they'll just like follow my troops around. And then I can also just end this one big jump, honestly. Because you have 1 HP. There we go. Here. Here's my actual leader. Who is secretly the only character having it matters at all. I'm just gonna do the big fight in the middle of the map, I think. One kind of cheesy tip I know about this game is because of how the animations work, if you are standing when people reach you, you kind of get first strike, which can make a huge difference sometimes. Anyway. This is like just really fascinating about just seeing this many like scaling sprites just run at each other like this. Plus the flash special moves, which get flashy later on. Victory Port. Where, oh yeah, I did kind of lose someone, but we captured most of them as they fled, or just dropped them. Real quick here. It's just, oh, you didn't get to do anything. Meh. See, we have a couple of spare people around. Oh, no, we don't. Never mind. So, first of all, we didn't really get to do anything. I guess everyone did. Why don't you chase after this one person who's trying to run away? And then come back inside afterwards. These two people ran away, actually. Ooh. Should be fine. Meh. I forgot that I lost two of them. It'll be fine. Losers don't get to heal or recruit their stuff, so, you know. Between actually having troops and having a couple spells here, I should be good. Won't have much of an advantage, but you know. I think my 3 beasts and 100 HP can beat your single cavalry. But yeah, like these sort of exchanges, like there are like several thousand lines of dialogue in here for first of all, anybody who has, like, special, you know, I actually know this person interactions, which is a ton. And then you'll have things like, you know, here's some gross, creepy guy who just, like, hits on everyone he sees. And so here's all of the reactions that all of these, like, 100 characters have to being hit on. And then here's the one, like, very Bishonen samurai who also gets hit on and then has to, like, correct them. Probably what unusual. I'm assuming. Yes. Which I'll probably win, although I am at level 1. And there are a lot of dice rolls involved. Basically, there's a chance to block, there's a chance to like get a little like triple attack thing going on. I think these are affected by stats in some way. Some characters definitely seem better than others. Okay. Pause that real quick. You get back in there. Someone is coming this way. With nothing, okay. Just send at least one person back to deal with that. Let's pick some troops again first, though. That should be plenty. I guess I'll split with it. And as always, I accidentally just put them where they are. So you run home, and the rest of them just kind of like let troops recover a bit. I might temporarily lose my capital. Probably will, but whatever. It's not actually a problem. Where are you going? Don't go panicking on it. Go in there. It's fine. I do find it interesting that like troops in the castles are just kind of generic units. So you know. I can, like, release my 26 beastmen and pick up cavalry with the same population, or, you know, get rid of these soldiers, pick up some zombies, or get rid of some elves, get some harpies. Just you. I'm spreading kind of thin here, but this is fine. No. I'm curious what this person's deal is in this little town in the middle of the map here. And the other factions are doing their thing, of course. Okay. You're just being a coward, that's fine. Meow. I could just talk to them as well. This is a good option if you're like a little worried you're not gonna win the fight. Now I think I'm good with my default mage strategy of just stand here and throw fireballs until they're gone. Well, I could, like, yeah. Why do you have raid formation when you start mages? That's a weird combination. That's not ideal. Stand there. So the chance of getting a kill off a fireball is very low, honestly. But, you know, you get the whole journey across the map to do it. And then, you know, you don't live when they get to you. That's fine. I only need, like, one standing. Let's see. Group in the middle of the map. Down there. Under cover of a spell. While spell animations are going on, things don't generally attack too, so it's a little thing in your back pocket strategy-wise. Oh, okay. Oh, hang on. I'm gonna have to chase this one down too, apparently. It's not great for the health of the castle to lose, but you know. Let's see. I think he can finish this off. fairly sure they're not allowed to just run away immediately again. Could be wrong with that. But you can definitely experience farm people who do just like always escape from fights by just, you know, having them outside your doorstep and never healing. Yeah, just walk over, honestly. Yeah. And then the ultimate wizard technique. Haha! There's a timer on fights for a reason, and that's the reason. Okay. So at this point, everybody's kind of hurt and out of troops. I think I will just hang out in my castles here and recruit back up to proper counts. And possibly we have the turn, honestly. You know these two are fighting up here? I think there was like a trick to this one where like you have to find someone that like he's friends with. Oh, he just keeps running away. It's been a bit. Who's in this? It's like anybody else anyway. Huh. Go figure. So actually, my time to go back to your town screen. Sometimes there's plot based on what you've done. Or just the passage of time in some cases. Yeah, what's running? Typically, whoever you play as, you have your little like rival group right on your doorstep. So, generally speaking, after your first turn, you'll have a big speech with the leader of that little group. Ah, okay. That's her, that one mage out there. So, first thing is, after you win fights, you get these little awards to give people, increasing how many troops they can use. Your leader teams separately. Basically, you earn one award the first time a character wins a fight in a turn. It can go to anyone. but there's a little count of merits and awards, and with the like inner crew here, it doesn't matter. With like some of the random mercenaries, if they keep winning fights for you and you don't give them little medals, they get upset and leave. For now. Yeah, I guess it's nice to have somebody with mages. Have a few more. You can find items to give people different troop types, and there's a whole paper of this thing. Let's see. You did very well for yourself. Let's see. And no argue one. Nice guy, a spare here, huh? Okay. Sure, why not? So those are all handed out, and now it's time to talk to captives. Generally speaking, anybody who's not like plot important goes into prison, and every time the turn ends, you can see if they want to join your party or if they're going to keep sitting in there. Okay, so I'm up to several generals suddenly. And you can also have them do the search thing if they're smart enough. Sometimes meeting people like this, and sometimes people like this, they have better things to do. Or sometimes you find stuff. I believe it's the same rule of we have to have a certain amount of intelligence, and I've just got the one character who can do that. So let's see. Those equipment. It's fine. So yeah, that's that turn. So then, back to the main map it is. In this particular case, I happen to know there is some plot with this jerk here. And, where are you? Definitely bring Gunner along for this. And really just try to top off everybody I can. You know, having some troop variety isn't a bad thing. You, your new friend. Anyone else doesn't like do anything right now. Talk to this Dirk and I'll take over this castle. Yeah, let's see, this one. Okay, oh, this one's kind of special. This one kind of just has this, like, immortal overlord and his friends who just hang out here for the entire game. And, like, late and things, there's a plot thing where you can, actually kill them. In the meantime, they're great for farming experience. So, okay, that should do for now. These little shrines along the sides of the map, which are basically just used for plot later in the game. And again, like, this is all dependent on having these here as my party for this whole conversation here. Like, there is so much weird little custom dialogue in this game. prize for attacking my main castle here and taking it over briefly. You get to just live here while the rest of us go do things. He doesn't actually work down this long road from White Country, but not too much, honestly. Hello. Just going to fight us outside, or are you just letting us have the castle? That's nice of you. Okay, who needs the farm experience? Because, they really cut their losses here, didn't they? You can probably handle this. So yeah, early in this game, you do kind of want to, like, spread your experience around evenly. Make sure all your friends are leveled up a bit and have like some troops to them. But in the back half of the game, you kind of get a situation where like all of the leaders of the 8 countries have to do a bunch of like special plot stuff, and then go to the final dungeon where only they can enter. So really, you want to just like retire everyone except for the main 8 as soon as possible. And you really want to just like get all the experience you can on your like actual leaders. Anyway, here's a dapper magician slapping cat boys. This is probably my favorite game on the Saturn, honestly, because, like, on the one hand, you've pretty much seen the gameplay. It doesn't tend to vary tremendously, except for, like, you know, when you occasionally have, like, a really clutch situation, having to do some, like, tricky tactical stuff to win a fight you're otherwise not looking too good on. Who left, anyway? You did? Oh, right, because they were, like, being attacked by Fallon, like, lost everything. Right, that was the thing. Let's see, they've got 3 castles, maybe 4. You've got definitely just 3. Anything really noteworthy in here? I think I can probably take them. Just get my backup in here. Hey, does anybody want to run down those annoying little wizards there? If I can. Probably too far out of me, but you know, worth a shot. Also, wait, what am I doing? There's 2 groups. So the other thing with this is, like I said, like the characters are kind of like grouped up in various little piles. I think so. We can do this, and I'll just throw a big pile of people to the west. See how it goes. But yeah, when you capture the like inner circle of one of the leaders, they're just gonna sit there in jail until their leader is also in there, and then they'll all join at once. Past that is just kind of like, you know, just keep checking every turn. How much are you channeling green forces by? There's a lot of people coming this way. You do get a game over if you lose with your leader, but like again, your leader really needs experience, so it's worth the risk. Yeah, sure. This also happens sometimes. People are just like, I want to fight. There's some decent, that's probably fine. Some decent variety to the music and, battlefields as you, just let them through. You got defenses for that. This is also actually not a good matchup, I don't think. So with the power of I'm standing still. Okay. I'm waiting for you to like do your big sword slash thing, force everybody in. Because they did take it from me before I had like a big back line. If I want to send them over as the commander, the only way I have to do that is this. And they're going to kind of just naturally clump up. And I happen to know that Mistle has a big, huge slash in the middle of the field move, which, yeah. Gonna hurt a bit. Generally, as a rule, if someone gets down to their grid, you will probably capture them. Oh, not in this case. Okay. Meow. Let's see. Who wants to deal with these ones? You can probably handle this. There's again like a bit of strategy to it, but also there's a lot of squad formation. One of the more interesting ones. You have these like 4 independently launchable groups, and then just like, do you want the back row to stand there or start dancing around? But just nice to stay in nice line. Avoid those like down the center attacks pretty well. And now for the tactic of cast a spell when they're about to get there, so that they don't get that like first strike advantage on me. Necessarily. And that should do it, really. There. But yeah, I find it like a very comfort food game. Just like the whole turn the whole map your own color thing. You will likely, and you play this game, like see some character interaction you had no idea existed, where like, oh, this one general turns out like, you know, used to date this one, or like murder their whole family, or both. Okay, you're fleeing. Let's actually hit this castle. Probably still handle that. throw more people out the door, huh? Okay. I'll fight you outside. That's good. I'll go this next number of troops I here for it. Send a little elite commando squad off the side. I'll go some little wall. Just throw all in there. And this is like just like oddly hypnotic, but like watching them all run in formation like that too. A little bit closer there, because again, if they're already standing in front of each other, then there's no first strike advantage. It's not going bad. And there's them locking their Soul Secret Raid on me there. Top. Like activate my defensive line, unfortunately. There we go. Ah. The rest of theirs kind of lame. So let's see. Who just needs to farm experience? Like, oh, I didn't see that before. And then, like, all four commanders do have, like, their own plot going on to some degree. Move forward just a little bit. Let me actually get here. I don't need to worry about that one, I think. It's fine. So you're at MP, so I can safely come back up. And then just go stand right in front of your face. Done. And I'll stick one of these. Let's see. Someone's doubling up this turn. You know, you can have this instead. I do not mind spellcasters having high levels and not a ton of troops, because you really just need 10 mages, honestly. They're very, very squishy. Like, if they're on against a small number of anything, it goes pretty well. Spread them out a little bit. I'm assuming another, like, sword down the middle person. Climb up. And this is our life now. Wizards and Archers are very, very nice for when you want to just, like, have no attrition on your side and deal with small problems. Later in the game, they're much less useful because you have, like, 100 people to deal with, and, you know, they're not going to mow through 100 people like that. Okay. Is a group that is going to do the thing. So I'll take my little breach arrow, move it to the side. Come at him that way. Aha. Conserve some troops here. Your move. Unless I do this. It's gonna cost me because they are being, you know, lined up for this. How do I form? So now here, let's see, I believe they made the call of sending somebody out to fight me up here and not inside the castle. In the hopes of, you know, making me deal with whoever's left in there with a chance to get MP back. But, you know, it's 30 samurai, I think I can do this. Everybody's had a turn. Oh, okay. I mean, you're kind of really outnumbered, but you know. These men are basically Klingons, right? Just, you know, if you want to have your honor duel, then have your honor duel. Sure. Just run at him. And you have like an offensive boost in this formation, so it might work out. You never know. Excellent. Great. I think you may have made a tactical error today. Let's see how this goes. On the one hand, I could retreat right now and probably, you know, be fine. On the other hand, like, I don't care enough about this character that I worry if he has to be in the hospital for a turn, so let's run up this MP and take out some of these samurai. You're fine, you're fine. Only characters who have, like, no plot relevance can actually die. Otherwise, they'll just get up eventually. Okay, let's see. Who can actually do this? You know, it's just a safe play. I'm kind of hoping to like get to what happens when you actually get one of the other leaders, if I can. Let's fight the middle a little bit more. At least not right here. I kind of like to leave a gap with the mages so that, you know, like... they'll cut through the middle, but they don't have, you know, some people left. Hopefully. They're busy attacking me. Move up a little bit more. Regroup. What now? Okay. A little low on HP, but just need the one. As you are out of spells, and I can just use the ultimate cheese strat of standing right there. Although you do have the option of running the timer out. By me. It just means more experienced macro leader. Oh, or you can run. That works too. So I think I need to just, you know, rest up a bit after that. Let them go recruit more people, not me again. Oh, these guys. Yeah, you do. So, yeah, there's a couple of, like, special NPC people who will, just show up and be jerks sometimes. This is one of them. Who do we have in here? It's maybe survivable. Yeah, I knew it would cover it. It's fine. Could be fine-er. Do I have anybody in reserve back here? Worth talking about? No, I don't. Yeah, good luck. Turn might end. You get the promotion. You're just like throwing good people at me with no troops, that's fine. So I do win this on Pokemon types. All around. especially if I use the advanced technique. I'm running to the middle of the map and stopping. Just like that. If you want to run away, that'd be great. Just make all these people don't do that. Seems to have been a lot of work there, by the way. You know what? No. No, you go in there. Sometimes, you know, situations don't allow you to take it out. As long as you believe in the power of just standing still, you should have this. You went on time advantage. There's only 20 of them. One of you might get hit with like a sword. So yeah, type advantage plus like make sure you get the first strike thing does very well in this game. Turns out. Okay, spread out a little bit. I spread a lot. I may have wiled away many an afternoon with this game. Go. It's basically a coin toss. Okay, see, and you thought you couldn't take out two people at once. And here again, I'm pretty sure I win a Pokemon type. What does Raid give me? You know what? Sure, why not? Sneak around the sides, but... Oh wait, no. Right, you actually just stand by. Then I hit the Raid command to launch the little sneak attack. Hopefully this works out. Kick those horses. Well, I want to bear the spell before I like fuck up the bed. Can I do that? Or are you just gonna? There we go. There's higher levels of that, which are a much wider path, and it's like can't like get your entire army all at once. Get him. Travel time. And I won't move a ton of troops to the second sonic boom here. Well, did you use it? Okay. Yeah, they're annoying like that. I do like there's a couple of things like that in the game where you have infinite sources of experience in case you, like, you know, take forever to capture somebody. And need somebody to throw at them to get them to, like, end levels. Okay. Here we go. So I think nothing special happened this turn. We got a way bigger army. And then a lot of people work well and get medals. Let's see. You get one. You know, going past 3 mages is just silly. You definitely get one. No, what's this I have a spare? Okay. Who is in jail? You just say no, and you're definitely gonna say no because you're one of the special characters. Yep. Who's smart enough to search? Just you. Okay, that's that turn. Now to see, is it worth my time? Take out, basically nothing. And then a whole pile of guys. Maybe not. It is late, I do have a couple more games to get to. But yeah, this is Dragon Force, and Dragon Force rules. Like, I love this game so much. And you can look around the map to see what everybody else is doing. Cool guys named Scar and dorky elves doing their whole thing. But basically, yeah, you just keep doing this for a while. It snowballs past a certain point because, like, you have half the map and just very few choke points, and you can just, like, send big, huge piles of people at those choke points. And if you really want to, just, like, bucket brigade troops in from the back lines. But once you conquer the whole world, you find out special things, especially from this little wizard guy here, about, you know, how everybody is, like, the chosen 8 people who just happen to all lead countries because of, I guess, manifest destiny or divine providence, or one of those. And then you have this whole thing where you have to, like, make little teams of people and send them out to these little shrines to get their little vision quests, and there's like armies of dragons and demons that just wind up attacking from various places. It all like depends a lot on your actual characters, but there's all these special little events. It does kind of drag in the back half because like one special event will trigger at a time, and then it's like, okay, I did that, and now I wait until this turn to end for the next one. Or then I wait to get, you know, everybody to the little shrines that are like halfway across the map. And then eventually, you know, this big ominous mountain with a line going to it is where the Demon Lord is, and you just send in your 8 leaders and have a big fight there, and get your ending for your character. And then you can New Game Plus and actually play as this guy, who definitely has a bunch of like demon generals with him, which is interesting. As one of those like, I'm just pretending to work with, you know, the guy who looks like Mumra here to get his trust, just so that I can actually be a good guy in the end, or at least an anti-hero. So yeah, that's Dragon Force. It's a really good game. Would recommend anybody play it who gets a chance to. But we got a couple more to get to. So out with you. And in with one of my other import games, the last one of them, which I definitely will be able to muddle through. This won't be a disaster at all. My Japanese skills are incredibly rusty. Oh, this isn't the final import I have. Never mind. It is the one import that I have that I couldn't find a translation patch for. Or I could, but like applying it was a pain. So this is Super Robot Wars F. The series has like 30 or 40 games. I might be lowballing that. And I just gotta like trusted my heart to pick the right menu options. But yeah, the premise behind this series is every mecha anime is happening all at once, and all the protagonists run into each other and make friends or enemies, and then you have kind of middling tactical RPG combat with, you know, all your favorite giant robots. It's the sort of thing where I really wish I did have a translation patch for it, because this one, I think to date in the series, is one of the more noteworthy ones for what they got on board. This was the first time in the series that they got the Gynax properties, for instance. So you got Gunbuster in here and the Avas and whatnot. On top of your, you know, Mazinger Z or Z if you prefer, and your so many Gundams and like Voltas and let's see, what are some other random anime on top of my head? Amazing Kaiser. I can't remember if Voltron is actually in there. It'd be under Go Lion, but like possibly. Anyway, I'm not gonna watch this text roll because I can't read it. Say sure. Just top option. That's gonna be the way to get it. I do know that you get to like make a custom character in this, and some of the much later games which have actually come out in the North American part of the world just have all of the characters they made over the last 40 games teaming up together. Which is certainly the way to do it, but like that loses the charm or the appeal of the whole concept. Granted, the untranslated Japanese text also does, but I'm covering every game I have here. This is the game I have here. There's also been a plot branching. I know that one of those options that I didn't pick was to customize your character, because the first time I played this actual hardware, I just kind of stumbled through the menus onto this like green-haired, incredibly hyper perky girl in this like big black death neck, which was, you know, I can get behind that. Hopefully I can muddle through this enough to show you one of your favorite old-time robots from the 70s or 80s with their theme music fighting a Gundam. Of course, on our fancy new CD-based system, we're showing the intros and such. But yes, as like tactical games go, it's very low rent. But yeah, good old Dr. Hell though. I'm sorry, Baron Nature, rather. I'm saying. Yeah, like as a game, this kind of sucks, but as like a collection of all your favorite intros and theme songs and attack shouts, very good. And we got our, you know, like super deformed art of all our favorites here. Okay. Thank you for being the top option intern. Fun fact, this series started out on the Game Boy. The original. It's basically, at least initially, like just what Bandai owned the rights to, which is a lot of things. And again, over time, they've been like cutting deals with other people to get all the fan service in there. I'm sure the plot is very ridiculous if I could follow it. I am, like, just shy of moving all over the place here, aren't I? Yes. very, you know, like attack and counter. Some things they can be like mechanically nothing to write home about. Here's just all about that fan service. And fan service for stuff that was like old as hell when this game came out too. That's what we're here for. You bet you get like, you know, 12 units on your side versus like 30 or so. It's often the case in this sort of game. Oh, but who's this showing up? Actually, who is this showing up? I'm not placing the theme song off the top of my head. Not really though. Oh, wait, is this Scientific Doctor? That did no damage. Ow. You were a little outclassed there, aren't you? Probably spending more MP. You finish this off already? No, of course not. In that case, it's time for the most important question of all. Oh. Did I manage to select breast missiles? Curses. You have to like move less to use that one. Finish something off. Smash rationalization to each other. Okay, finally. Isn't that what it's all really about? And this is getting merged by Baron or whoever this is. Thanks for trying to help. Neck I didn't recognize. I do appreciate the cheesy effects being properly, like, cheesy for half of these. Okay. So I could finish this up, but, like, you get the idea, and I can't understand any text. So I think I'll just move on to our final game of the evening. The last thing I own for the Saturn, if I didn't forget something, I may have. I don't feel like digging through the box of games to double check. But it just so happens, on the one trip I've taken to the nation of Japan, I walked into a used game store. And you'll never guess what I found in there. I certainly wouldn't have, because I didn't know it existed. But there, on a little shelf, looking out at me, was this. So, you would think, as cool as Dragon Force is, making a sequel to it, it must be better. And kinda? It's a mixed bag. Plot-wise, it's pretty much the same thing, but 500 years later. So, you know, generic elf girl is now, like, the one wise person who, like, knows the plot. Which is kind of a cute little twist. And I appreciate her hovering cape. She has that in the first one, too. Most movies do. It's kind of a thing. But then our actual playable cast is, eh. Well. We all love Robot. You know. So, jumping right into it, you'll notice this one isn't nagging me about not having any save file space available for some reason. But don't worry about it. I was kind of, yeah. I know. I was kind of messing around with this one last night after getting the translation patch to make sure it actually worked. So, weirdly, these are all the same countries. They seem to have migrated around a bit. Or in some cases just like switched places. Most cases even. It's like, Highland was here, Bozak was here, Moon Palace was here, Yuzuma was here, Topaz was kind of where there's a bit of an ocean now. Anyway, like before, 2 of these are off limits. The country formerly run by Samus, who is also Darth Vader and many with the Harpies, is now full of robots, apparently. And the elves are special because their old leader is the new, like, wise mystic seer who knows the plot. So that leaves us with Team Robin Hood. Team David Bowie. He's very angsty. Team Generic Guy. I'm sure he's fine. Team The Beast People got haircuts. Drunk, slutty samurai lady. There's Millie Appeal there. Dorky 10-year-old wizard girl. And the forbidden options. So if anybody's still up and has input, pick one. If not, let's see what's up with David Bowie. Going once, going twice. Okay. There's a Bart's. We all love the Bart's. There is significantly more voice acting in this one.
もう戻れないというわけか。力もなく虐げられていた俺たちが今度は力を手に入れ虐げる側に回る。バーツ様。その痛みが分かっているのに他人にその苦痛を与えてしまう。バーツ様。
I feel like the original cast had a much stronger, like, set of archetypes going on.
言いたいことは分かっている。血の仕組み、恨み、それに流されている俺を愚か者だと思っているんだ。いいえ、そのような。しかし。デルシアは俺を利用しようとしている。
I remember too distinctly when I first got this, and was just like flipping through the manual on the way home. The odd detail that's like a huge chunk of the manual is dedicated to just biographies of the voice actors they got for this, but only the voice actresses. None of the guys are even mentioned. It's just like, what kind of game is this exactly? And not for lack of having it, though.
その魔族が俺に何の用だ。迎えに来たのだ。迎えに俺をか。お前もあのお方の声を聞いたのではないのか。同胞に向
け放たれた声、我らと同じ血を受けたお前には聞こえたはず。確かに俺の心に直接語りかけてきた。この地でドグルとして蔑まれ、迫害を受ける者たちすべてに向け集合を呼びかけられたのだ。だから迎えに来た。我らと同じ血を受け継ぐお前を。レジェンドらの各地を襲っているという魔族と同じだというのか。この俺が
I do notice the jaunty font.
俺の体に流れる血がドグルとして人間から意味嫌われている俺たちが。
But I'm again like shocked that somebody bothered to do a full translation patch of this, because like the first one, there's a lot of text in here.
自分の中に眠る力に人間どもには抗えないほど、その力で人を滅ぼせというのか。このまま人間どもに虐げられて生きていくのか。人を滅ぼしてか。今のように日陰に生きるのではない。ドグルが人間を支配するのだ。俺の力、考えるのだ。しっかりと。
どなた？
俺はバーツ。お前は？
私はフィ
逃げないのか、フィーナ。
村の人、他の人たちは逃げられたのでしょうか。
この村は魔族に占領された。生きている村人は
殺されたのです。では父も兄も。
We got one of these.
あなたも早く逃げないと。
俺は
私はこの通り目が見えません。あなたを、あなただけでも逃げてください。
お前も一緒だ、フィ
風を感じます。
わかり
It's a bit longer of intros for everybody on this one.
これは失礼しました。
いいえ、
私はバーズ様。
それより
I'm not listening to all this.
怪我はな。
It's late.
今お飲み物。
ありがとうございます。
それでは少々。
誰も使わ
心なら人間と接しなく
隠れすまなければならない。
俺たちはよそ者なのだ。それよりフィーナ。だが
バーツさんは私、怪我をしているのです。
わかるのか。
目が見えない分感じ。
俺はドグルだぞ。
ドグルとか人間とか。
フィー
ナ、バーツさん。
俺の背中に隠れている。人間の匂いがするぞ。だったとしたら人間は我らドグルの敵。そうではないのか。あとわずかでファンダリア征服、そしてレジェンドらすべての人
村を襲った魔族。
魔族ペルシア。人間
バーツ
忘れたわけではあるまい。バーツ、お前は魔族。
心を支配。
うるさい人間。フィーナ、大丈夫か。フィーナ。
We don't have to ask ourselves sometimes. Am I evil?
ペルシア、貴様。
Or am I just David Bowie?
すぐ手当。
Or I guess that's what David Bowie is like.
喋るな、フィーナ。
Who does this look like? This looks like someone.
あなたの心。
おい、しっかりしろ。おい。人間とはもうペルシア。
Someone has that like really intense forehead.
次に会う時は
It's on the tip of my tongue.
ダリオ、俺についてきてくれるか。
もちろんお供いたします。
俺の体に流れる奴らの
Oh, he's got a real edgelord weapon there too.
バーツ様。
青、父さん、フィーナはどこにいるの。助けを求め、そこですまない。すまない。
So yeah.
ペルシアにやられたのです。
いや、
Good bit of plot here.
人間が人間を見捨てる。大地に住まうそれを我が物に。
This character is significantly more informed about the other ones that I'm with.
俺も魔族。バーツ様。あなたは魔族で。そう。はい。もちろんで。
Okay, so largely this is the same deal. We have no captives to interrogate. Can beef up our one cast a little bit, I suppose. Why not? One new thing is there's this whole item crafting system now, where you like take 3 things and make a new thing. Past that, what did I talk to here? Oh, I said the one friend, huh? Okay, interesting. That is not true for most leaders.
どうする？
まずはロッソ城にいるデルシアを倒すのが先決だと思います。
そうです。ザップは後からでも始末できます。まずはデルシアを、フィーナの敵を。そうだな。戦力的には不利だな。
So, first of all, this gives you like much more direction to where to go at first. And in this particular case, I literally just had the one path, which in fact is kind of a thing. It's like, okay, let's kind of cut off until plot lets me go to a little thief island here, which is kind of a one-way thing. And then just look at the rest of the map here. This section here, there's a little onion dome here full of, I'm guessing, yeah, some ogres and such. And then this linear path over towards some neutral territory, I believe. And like here's a kingdom down here. But it's all like, again, very locked off right here in some little pocket of the map. So it's kind of just a big U shape, and you're pretty much forced to just like, you know, circle around one way or the other. It's something you pick. Which is odd. The other thing is you notice all these little caves on the map now. These are like straight up dungeons full of monsters that you can go into to grind levels. If you are inclined to do so. Level caps are much higher. There's like 6 skill slots per character. Here's the big thing, though. See how that says soldier and archer? You can have mixed troop types. Also, like, the palette is just very, like, muddy.
わかった。だが、ドグルの血が流れているお前、同胞をこの手にかけ。
ステファー、それが分かっていれば我々と共に。
Probably handle this. Such an Lord. Okay, you just like hop in here. That's good. You got a lot of earrings. You can handle some rogues. thief was like a general type in the original game. They tend to throw little daggers that do a little damage and also just like bottom out your magic charge meter. They're a whole faction now, which is kind of interesting. You said the one kind of troop, so this screen doesn't matter, but when you have two, you can flip them around. And, oh wow, you've got like no options here. Never mind. Get over there. One thing about this is the camera controls aren't as good, because that's one of those things that working designs mess with. Another thing is my little like go-to strategy of go on standby to get first strike no longer works in this one. They kind of realized that was a thing. Oh, it's got me. Okay, the one guy who actually made it over here dodged it all. But yeah, like the fancy follow through cameras of that were kind of just an addition because like they realized that Dragon Force only uses 3 of the 6 buttons, so it's massive like the other ones, and one of them was just like cool camera stuff. The other was just like hotkeys for menus. So yeah, like uglier game, but like the double troop type thing is cool. You can have like, you know, a back row of archers and then somebody charging forward, or like flying units and ground units, for instance, or just, you know, 2 troop types just mixed together for varieties. I also noticed that like duels happen a lot more in this one. They just kind of made like generals tougher in general. Again, like the level cap is much higher, the skill cap is much higher. There's apparently some like elemental affinity system going on. Let's make sure that Bart gets to do some stuff. But yeah, like, I don't like the style of the units nearly as much. They're so much less cutesy. And they're still kind of cutesy, but like, not like they were. Okay, so here's some of the new things. That's just standard. There's some command types where they can like space out a bit, so they're just like less dense in general. I find kind of interesting. Oh yeah, that open rank, close rank is the one where you can just kind of like keep them in a line, but space the line out. Oh, is this just like on me as a buff? Okay. Weird. Okay, you attack. You hang out. Oh yeah, it's just faster attacks for a skill, okay. Sure. You know, you feature them as you do. But like neither of these two are gone like anywhere. This still works though. Kinda. I mean, you can run or you can take arrows to the face. Your call. Yeah, I find this one, like, it usually goes to a duel. It's because generals are, like, much tankier. Get the fight over. Being surrounded is some panic. No. No, I'm just kind of throwing archers away, okay. Well, I've also got this nerd here. Yeah, most of the special formations do require you to have like two kinds of troops to make them work, apparently. Let's just go. Okay. Soundtrack's a lot less sweeping than the first one, too. So I do prefer the original overall, but like, I'm glad somebody did this idea a second time. This idea is cool. It's just neat. Go home, Beavis at that castle. So one of the things that's going on is this right here. That's actually our main goal at the moment. Just has 100 ogres. You know, it'd be a little tough. Well, I guess if we go all in, it might be doable. And if not, it'll be an exciting end to the stream. Yeah, there's a lot of these like little like team demon fortresses scattered around the map, which tend to be just like, yeah, that's not happening. Yeah. Let's go for it. It's plot. It'll be fine. I guess I could have gone after this first. But it feels like a bit more like laser focused on the plot from the start. Whereas the first one just kind of have this like big grand melee first, and then it starts the plot stuff. That's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, I'm at a distinct disadvantage here. Nice place. Probably could have stood, like, what's the word? Grind a bit before taking this on. I feel like Bart's here has a much rougher start than a lot of characters do. across the battlefield, not just on you. Okay, good. Yeah, took out a few of them. Not a lot of them, a few of them. Hey. But again, I'm voting as MP, and I can take down a lot of these, I'm sure, before I drop. Two at a time there. I believe in you, almighty nerd. You can do this. Some people wear that clock too, if that matter. Just keep not getting hurt. Now that I've softened you up a lot. Okay, I've changed standard or something else. Is that how it works? It's been a bit. Well, it hasn't been bad. I've just played this like very little in English. Save that for much later. Why don't you spread out a bit? Leave a firing line for the archers, and then move forward. Why don't you also move forward? You know. Be other stuff. They're doing. Right. Attack and advance are separate things. Sorry. I was really told like no, hit the guy. I use my skill, but my skill is just for like, you know, mowing down people on top of me and more people. Just get in there. I'm pretty sure I can win this duel from here. I'd rather not have a draw. I mean, that works too. Okay. guess I just waited the turn here, because... What's going to do at this point, really? I could get really greedy go after this castle here, but... I thought we were going to win it. Okay, you know what? Yep, see around here. Can I make that before the timer runs out? That was the question. Yes. Nice background. Okay. Yeah. For some reason, despite being like the country, doesn't have any like cool special formation. Everybody like move forward a little bit. We're gonna hang back here. Let's see how it goes. Not super great. You are on attack, yes. You also go attack. Just get in there. I do like the way that this works. The advanced command lets you get to like the archers all the way behind the commander. Which would actually make like double range viable. You just have one behind, one in front. Okay. And now we sit here. Okay, this is an example. Like, this is just like level 20, hundreds of people, just with like zombies and chimeras and stuff like that. Like that is clearly a. Technically, this is an available path, but not really. This is something to mop up later on. And these is very much designed around those. And the grinding caves.
ガンダリアの王になるというか。
ベルシアの率いるドングルの侵攻でこの
ベルシアを倒したとはいえまだ
一旦始めたら国に号令をかけるには国王に
攻めた者罪滅ぼしという
So I do like this is also true for the thieves. Like, not everybody starts out as like really trained. Like some of them just, you know, have to earn it over the first couple turns.
もしこのまま放って 分かってはいる。
またこの地にはドグルの必ずしも全ての
オイラみたいなペルシアの子分の彼らが差別され
Also, I feel like we need to stress there are no dark elves in the first game. This is kind of a new development.
これでいいか。
それで
There's demons, but like it's the same thing.
ではバーツ様バーツ様バーツ魔族と戦い
They're more like I have 3 eyes and horns and such sort.
ぜひ
デルシアを倒したのはそうだ。なるほど。あんたもデル
失礼な何を言うだ。
だが一応はデルシアを倒した。
信用できないのなら、
まあこのファンダリアにいれば職によし。とりあえず俺を雇ってくれ。もしあんたが信用
どうなさいますバ。
今は人材が必要な時期なんだろ。
ああ、任せとけ。
You also notice that the search option is gone. They just do it automatically if you have people in appropriate places now, which is nice. Let's see, do I have any... Okay. That was nice. So, got, you know, a lot of people here. Build up this random place that I've settled down in some. And of course, mail words. Let's see. There's a nice little like marker on those like actually deserve them. That's handy. So the normal troop types are largely the same as they were before, except for, you know... Actually, no, never mind. No, these vary quite a bit. I guess nobody gets the option to get everything. The way it worked originally was, like, there's special crests you find, which unlock some of these. Can I just, like... No, okay, that's still a thing. It's just, yeah. Some people even have potential to unlock certain ones, apparently. Got it. So I got this bear here. Leaders, of course, still important. But yeah, from here I'd just be like, you know, sweeping down around through the other places. You saw me play a bit of the original Dragon Force. It's very similar. Again, there's some changes, but like nothing super important to see. So I think that's a decent place to leave things off. I'm also getting, you know, tired and hungry. So out you go. Here's our little UI again. So yeah, that was what I have for the Saturn. Again, like, with the exception of, like, Scud the Disposable Assassin, which is just kind of a curiosity, I like all of these quite a bit. I mean, Albert Odyssey is a little off. It's a little slow, but, like, it's still a decent RPG of a very, like, late SNES, early other things vintage. Dark Savior is just, like, someone really swung for the fences with that game. It's got a lot going on. It's a little awkward, but, like, I admire the gumption. Dragon Force, like I said, one of my favorite games of all time, honestly. I don't know why this is not a genre, honestly. The sequel, not quite as good, but it's still something. Magic Knight Rayearth, it talks too much for an action game, but it's a decent little action game, and it covers the entire plot of the manga, so that's cool. And again, like, that includes completely switching genres at the end and becoming a, like, shooter. Panzer Dragoon Saga is amazing. Just straight up. That game came from space, like I said. Everyone should play it once. Pocket Fighter. I suck at it, but it's cute. Sakura Wars. Like, weirdly charming, honestly. It's kind of a simple game. It's a blend of easy tactical RPG stuff and timed visual novel stuff. Works better than it should. The theme song really helps. The theme song is just outstanding. Like I said, Scud the Postal Saxon kind of sucks. I just happen to have it. Shining Force 3, I was kind of let down by, honestly. It has this hugely stellar reputation, but like, I don't know, it looks and sounds kind of trashy. Doesn't really have the charm the series is known for. It does have its whole like spread across 3 games, overlapping plot, lots of political shenanigans thing, and that's cool. But like, I don't know, I'm a little cold on it. Shining the Holy Ark, again, like, I like Shining in the Darkness a lot. Part of that is, again, it has a certain charm in the art style, which isn't present here. Super Robot Wars F. I might have a different opinion if I had an actual translation patch for it that I could apply. As is, it feels a little shovelware-y. But also, like, I do like all these old robot shows. It is good fan service in that sense. So yeah, that's, I think, my whole Saturn library. I might have missed something if it was knocked under a couch or something like that, but that's the games. That's the week. I'm happy to have shown these all off, because, like, the Saturn library doesn't get talked about a lot. People know that there are certain, like, rare treasure games, which I showed off most of. People know that there are really good ports of fighting games from the arcades at the time, but, like, you know, these days you can just play the original arcade games, and that's going to be slightly better, generally speaking, I'm pretty sure. There are, again, a truckload of, like, anime licensed games, mostly visual novels that never left Japan. There's famously the Utena one. People talk about a lot. All well and good, I'm sure. There are a couple things I wish I had, and I don't. I would like to play the original 2 Panzer Dragoon games before it went all RPG-ish, and it was just like a really cool rail shooter with neat vibes. I would love to play Baroque, just this very, very bizarre roguelike. There's a lot of actually like hardcore horror games, because that was like, you know, the heyday of that when this was a system. But most of them seem like brutally hard, but they're there. I'd like to try them sometime. And is there any other big thing on the Saturn I'm missing? Like, I mean, there's Knights. Knights is interesting. I have it on Steam. There's probably a weird Sonic game I'm forgetting. Probably some other RPGs I'm missing too. But yeah, that's it. Hope you enjoyed it. I'm calling it a night.